Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. Today we are running the drops a little bit more, seeing if we can climb decently today. I have a deck that Browday was running last night during his stream that looked like it was doing pretty well. Of course, he was able to navigate it very, very well. But it does look like an interesting kind of tweak to what we've been seeing in like the Scream Surtur stuff, or just the Surtur stuff, or just the Scream stuff. It's a kind of interesting shift to it, being able to have the Heimdall that sometimes you can use as a surprise way to buff up Raven. You have the Magneto trigger if you don't want to go Heimdall, and a lot of good levers for power output. And so while we're waiting for people to filter in, I'm going to go ahead and run a game real quick. And then Georgie, how's it going? It's going well. Hopefully it's going well for you as well. And then first up we have Lit Potato on the YouTube side. Jeremiah, he said, how good is Sam? I bought the pass, but have been using a really basic deck. He's on a scale. I wouldn't say he like breaks any deck that he's in wide open, but he is a very good value to cost. Worst case, for zero energy, you're getting at least 1 point of value on the board. It gives you a way to use your Coal Obsidian a bit easier, and then it's a little bit of clutter protection as well. And so it's not any like huge shift. So like Surtur, I would say, was much stronger as a season pass card, just forthright. But I think Sam Wilson is one that's very, very flexible. And so we lost our Ares, but they lost their Wiccan. So I think I'm going to go ahead and snap into the fact that they don't have Wiccan to lean into anymore. We'll go Surtur over to the right. We'll stack up the Scream just to try to compete for the Iron Patriot lane. Big Gladiator pulls our Magneto. Unfortunately, they are not going to be winning the peak. And so we do have Heimdall to be able to shift that stuff out of the peak later on, which will be nice. If we go 3, or if it bounces here with either one of these, we'd be fine. So I think we're going to go Spider-Man, see if we can pull their Gladiator into mid and win Hollow that way. No, not quite. We pull Iron Patriot, but we pull him over to the left, clutter him up, negatively afflict it just a little bit. So their last card played was Galacta. Let's go ahead and go Arrow. We yank it over into mid. If they play a card in mid, it's not going to get buffed up. Only if they play into the peak. They do negatively afflict their Galacta. Their Ares may win. No, not quite. Ooh, Heimdall no longer is going to shift us around. Maybe instead of Heimdall, we just go something like this. We could still go Heimdall and let it buff up the right lane, buff up mid. We have to look out for maybe Shadow King and maybe Shang-Chi. Let's do Polaris mid. We'll do Hydra Bob left, since Scream will scale from whatever card we moved. And unless they had both Shang-Chi and Shadow King here, I don't think they're making up that deficit. And then Show, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hopefully your week has gone well. We're here on Friday. We actually have another set of drops next week for the new game mode that's coming out. And so we're going to be doing a lot of streaming over the rest of this week and then next week. And the rewards for next week's Twitch drops look pretty good, with the rewards being very focused on the new game mode, which can give you access to either random cards or the newly released cards in that set. So I'm excited for the drops for next week. Speaking of the new mode, I noticed Quake and Juggy are banned. How else am I gonna troll now? I don't know. They trolled, or they banned the clutter options. They banned the troll options. I don't know what we do anymore. Except we have Freyjan. They start off with Hydra Bob. Go ahead and go Sam Wilson. We'll be able to shift it over into mid. Oh, no. So they may be running a very similar deck to what we are. And then Master Mateserd. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great day so far. I'm just going to move the shield into Cudlun. We're not going to buff up their Craven. And then posture check from Danny. Starting early. Ooh, and then Scream. And they pulled their Scream, so it looks like maybe they're running the same deck or a very similar deck if it's not exactly the same. How do we beat this without our scalers? They have both their scalers on the board, so we really don't want to move our cards. We want to maybe focus on trying to move theirs instead. Big Polaris. That hurts that hurts our Hydra Bob. I wish it would have pulled our shield. We could have just shifted it back over. Let's try Arrow. We'll try and... Oh, wow. Okay. And if they snap, they can move the Hydra Bob. And then Cranky Pancake, thanks so much for the resub with your Prime for 6 months. It's almost Diamondback week. Affliction stonks will rise. They will rise dramatically. Cap Shield going through it here. The only thing we would pull would be Polaris. Always. We always hit like a Craven. Ares? I guess our Ares wouldn't be that great, would it? They're snapping so their Hydra Bob can move. Is what their snap is. I think we can cap their left lane. Arrow. We know they probably have Magneto as well, because I think this is a almost exact mirror match. Theirs pops into Kunlun, ours pops away from it. He's moving the Bob, yeah. And then Hydrate from the Danny. I appreciate you, Danny. Yeah. So it's a almost mirror match. They had Iron Patriot instead of one of our cards, so maybe Surtur, maybe Ares, maybe even Heimdall. But interesting deck we have. Carne. It is an interesting deck. So Browday was actually running this one last night. Always consistently, like, I'd say top 5, if not top 5, then consistently top 10 player. Has a pretty good mind for running and navigating decks, and this one has a couple of interesting shifts or tweaks towards the end game that can give you some surprising ways to win. Is that a new game I see? It is. So it's Dice Dreams. I was playing it yesterday just to... I always like to kind of screen it a little bit ahead of time. And so I was playing it yesterday, and it reminds me a lot of like Monopoly Go, in that it's you do your rolls, you get kind of like some mini event things that happen, and then towards, like, as you unlock more, you get other events like tournaments and things that can help you restock your rolls. Where do you usually place your Craven? It kind of depends on the game. I like the Craven in either mid or right, so that if we end up needing to do a Heimdall shift, he gets benefit from it. In this case, it's going to be left, but get the immediate Abby draw. Let's go Polaris. We'll yank over either Snowguard, Maria Hill. We'll buff up our Polaris in the process. So between that, having Craven early, having Ares for the scaling, I felt pretty good about it, along with Spider Island. Oof. But Red Guardian has other things to say about it. We're going to play Surtur right, Hydra Bob. If we struggle to get anything into Spider Island, we can always either snap Hydra Bob over there. We could do a Heimdall to shift our far right lane into mid. Assuming we win the left. Oh, big Toxin. What? Well, that was created by Maria Hill, wasn't it? Huge. Fortunately huge. Well, it is what it is. All right, their last card they played was Nico. We probably outshine with an Ares. No, Magneto doesn't really do much for us here. We can still clog. Yeah, we can still clog the right. And then, if we're winning that one, maybe we just go like big Magneto mid, which would jump over to the left. Maybe we just snap Hydra Bob into mid. It just depends on what we pull here. Surtur also scales, so this lane I think we're going a bit too heavily into. But if it's something massive and we just can't outpower it, we can always Heimdall shift it away. Then this lane becomes a bit of a problem. Yeah, definitely overkill here. Can they... We can guarantee that Hydra Bob pops into mid. Can they get more than 4 power there? They have 8 energy, 6 cards in hand. They can also turn off this location, because they did drop Snowguard earlier. This would be up to 15 in the left lane. I'm not sure that that's enough. I don't think we outpower them. Even with this, I think they just are able to go too big in the pet mansion. Heimdall mid ever work? Heimdall mid leaves arrow right, and then Heimdall pops either left or right. So 8, 12, 13. It might. I think that may be our best bet. Pudding. Heimdall will shift either left, right. But what we're hoping for is that, like, what, 16 is enough power to overpower the mid lane. You found the right line. Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Victory. That Heimdall line was sneaky. So as long as Heimdall's a surprise, you can sometimes finesse some wins that you shouldn't. Like that one, they had the better setup. They had the better lineup. We just got very fortunate at the end. All right, next up is G Chomps, 467. Kuro Cage said, I need you to watch my plays too. I know, it was a good one. Let's do Sam Wilson to the right so we can move the shield. I'm not really too worried about winning Miniaturized Lab. If they have something like Iron Patriot, they guarantee win that lane. Unless I guess we were to hit Polaris, but either way is fine. We could do Polaris to yank their card around, but I think what we're going to do is set up for a Kraven instead. Start setting up the scaling. We could Polaris mid. We could end up doing a Spider-Man, which is guaranteed to pop over into mid. So we should have a pretty decent chance at cluttering them up. We're just not necessarily playing on curve that way. And we know that they're going to scale their stuff quite a bit. Most likely going to scale their stuff quite a bit. I still think we do it. I still think we work on getting them full captain mid. That way, even with like Blue Marvel, their impact is going to be somewhat limited. Go Surtur. Should have moved the shield last round. I'm not sure why I didn't. We can go Surtur, Spider-Man. It's guaranteed to go into the big house because the left is locked. And then if we find Heimdall, it's huge. Otherwise, we might look at... We have Arrow, Call Obsidian. Maybe we draw into Magneto as well. We take out the one. We do... We have 24 power, so I actually think Ares is going to be the highest power play in the right. And then Hydra Bob mid, which we could always Hydra Bob mid, snap it over, and it gets an extra +2 onto this lane. Oh, Dazzler, that's true. With the +2, unless they filled both lanes, I think we're fine with... we do fill right, but not left. So we tie mid this way, right? With the Hydropop move. Just comes down to a point differential. Had they been able to fill both of them, the Dazzler would scale too much. Take it. We'll take it where we can. But Squad, if that Hawkeye was a Squirrel Girl and they ran in Baku though, I mean, at that point they deserve the win, but I feel like that's something that you would run for sure. And I would never expect it. It would just be off the wall, wild, and then I would lose. It is something that I run. I know, I always end up losing to your your obscure line. And so it's just different enough that you don't expect it. I always pay the price. I'm still I'm still dreading that onslaught into onslaught citadel in an M'Baku Zoo style of deck. That was devious. I've been running Baku Zoo for the last couple days. Yeah. I think both times I matched into you, I think you beat me both times. The game just told our opponent no. I wish I could have gotten Blink last week. That was a free new card for me. But Nebula news soured me on last week. Nebula is dropping down to Series 3, was the Nebula news. Batman, congratulations. Now you have the rest of the season to just enjoy being infinite. And with that, you'll be able to focus on the new game mode if you want when it comes out. Jungle Menagerie. I don't know. Butt has a pretty impressive M'Baku Zoo deck. He always runs. He always finds some way to run something chaotic enough to find ways to win with M'Baku. Blink instead of lockjaw. Yeah, blink instead of lockjaw. I think is a good call. Go ahead and make sure we win the left lane. We'll do shield. We'll go ahead and do Call Obsidian. Next turn, maybe it's Scream Polaris. Juggernaut's okay. Ah, they do beat us by 1, even with the Surtur scale. You can still yank the Iron Patriot. I'm going to yank it over into Jotunheim. Wait. Move the shield. Victory. The combo isn't real and it can't hurt me. I don't know. Every time I face into Bud, it definitely hurts me. I want Lockjaw to be good again. Me too. Like, even with his change where it's no longer locked into rotating just 1 card per turn, he's still just at this point too RNG heavy, too random. But it is time for a really quick set of ads. We're going to jump over into a minute and a half. They probably got a discount destroyer. They may have. So then they ran. We're going to jump over into a minute and a half. I'll queue up into a match here in just a second, as we get closer to the ads being out or being done. Yeah, he was RNG heavy when he was strong. I think the difference is when he was strong, the meta was not nearly as stat heavy as it is. So you were able to cheat out your 10 plus power cards, and that was good. Now we don't need to necessarily cheat those out. We have Surtur into like Call Obsidian into a 10 power 5 cost, and then we flood 2 more on the final turn. We don't have to rely so heavily on like being able to make that happen, because we can just play it outright. How does it feel to be the fear of all streamers? It must it must feel pretty good, I'd imagine. Yep, and then he does consolidate all the power as well, so you can't like easily or naturally like adjusted around. I mean, everything but Heimdall I don't mind flipping into. So we're going to do Polaris, we'll yank their Aranya, and then we'll rotate the Polaris so that we can maybe do it again later. Streamed yesterday, so not all streamers. But I actually saw your stream. I was spending some time with my family. I saw your stream. I popped in for a little bit on my phone. Just to kind of check out what you're running, because I always know you're running some just like off the wall craziness. And so I'm glad that you're streaming some. We can Ares over to the right. We could go ahead and hit him with a Spider-Man Hydra Bob rotation. Actually, I'm going to go Ares to the left. No, I want to move their card. Let's go Spider-Man. A Hydra Bob rotation.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I want to scale Scream. Was I playing Surfer King? You were playing Blink and Baku whenever I popped in. Every now and then, not going to be regular. I think especially during drops is a good time. Just the viewership is at a really big high at that point. So we pull their Dracula, an arrow. Go ahead and yank it over to the right. Ooh, Batman, gonna watch the season finale. I still need to catch up. I'm on, I finished episode 1, but I've been waiting for my daughter to want to watch it again. Oof. That was feels kind of hopeful to drop the Ares whenever you have 6 power in your deck. We'll snap that one. How big do we want to go? Do we want to shift Surtur over, or try to shift Surtur over here? We could also just Ares. And then they're fighting for all 3 locations.
Victory.
It's been surprisingly good. Yeah, I like the first episode. But I'm the type of person that binge watches, and so I would watch the whole thing, and then I would have to rewatch it with my daughter. And so, actually, the X-Men series that came out probably, what, a year and a half ago, we watched it up to the last 2 to 3 episodes, and I think it got a little bit scary for her, and so I haven't finished it yet. I need to just go in and watch the last few episodes, because up to that point, it was good. Drops was a coincidence. Wife was out of town, so I had the time. Nice, Blood Squad. And I definitely enjoy seeing the perspective, because I know that when I face you, it's always, there's no telling what you're running. So I always like to see the thought behind the madness. X-Men 97, yeah, it was really good. And it was, most of it probably should have been too scary for my daughter, but since we sat down and watched it together, like anything that made her uncomfortable, we were able to like either like talk about or be there to kind of console her. Not necessarily console, but we were able to be there to kind of ease the worry. To this day, she still quotes Rogue, and she says English sugar. That's her. I think that's her favorite line from the show. Like that piece we watched, that one episode we watched over and over. You play Bob since he snapped. We could have, so that it potentially pops over in the Craven lane. Yeah, turn 2 negative is probably not going to be winnable without like an Eliath or some kind of heavy counter tool. I'll play it out, but can't lose anything else. I was gonna say if we see Psylocke, then it's definitely game over. But even still, it probably is. And they don't have enough on the board for us to try to like clutter them up anywhere. That is a full hand. Give him the 2. There's not a lot you can do about turn 2 negative. Who's more valuable for collection, Redwing or Diamondback? Just because Redwing is really tough to proc and get good value out of consistently, I would initially say Diamondback, but Diamondback is going to be very niche into like affliction stuff, and so that's very dependent on the meta not being heavy into Luke Cage. So I don't know that either one is like a huge boost to the collection, but just off of gut, I would lean a bit further into Diamondback. Have you tried a Redwing Frigga deck? Not gonna lie, double Redwings with some heavy droppers. I have not. I haven't. I tried a lot of Redwings on launch day. Didn't really enjoy the feel of any of them. Like some of them can win, but there's just you're putting in a lot of work to try to get the payoff from it. I like playing Redwing with War Machine. That's the one that is like playing against is probably the most unpredictable for me. But like I've also seen it just completely whiff and pull like Hate Bishop or like something like super small. I don't think they're gonna continue to fight for White Hot Room. I don't think they can afford it. So I think Polaris over there is fine. If they do play their one card in this lane, then this might hurt us. Oof. Big Dak. And if they happen to have Frigga or Arnim Zola, double Dak can be tough. Other than being able to potentially consolidate it together. With the Magneto later on. What about Redwing, Madam Web, Lockjaw? I mean, it's definitely going to have 12 cards in it. I don't know that it'd be good or consistent. The biggest thing with Redwing for me is that you're putting in a lot of work for it. Either you have to have 3 things that go well for you to even potentially get value out of it. You have to have a move engine. You have to have Redwing itself relatively early on to get to place it when you wouldn't want to do other stuff. and then you have to have a pretty low number of cards in your hand with a lot of high impact. So your curve is most of the time going to be kind of messed up with that. Oh, they do have the copy of the Dakin. Rough. So we almost need Magneto to be able to like force those into same lanes. Ask and receive, I guess. We both have the extra energy. I don't think we do the Magneto this turn. I think we would want to save it for next. We could also try like an arrow. Or maybe it's like Spider-Man arrow. That way we grab their Dakin and try to yank it into Shadowland. And Spider-Man him out too. Yeah. What do you mean tough? We can do some move tomfoolery. We can. Watch them have stacked it together anyways. No, okay. I guess we should have... I mean, seeing the play out, we should have arrowed first and then the Spider-Man. That is a big MODOK.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Now it's a 50-50.
Who will the winds bring?
How do we win from this point? With 3 in hand, we know that they at least have a swarm that they got rid of. Scream left, Magneto right. Magneto right brings us to 16. And so then, if that's the case, we would want to Scream mid. If that's our play. If we're just assuming they don't do anything here. They can also move the Meek. It's tricky. If they go super heavy, we may not grab both Dakins. Probably just stack all 3, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd imagine too. It's double swarm and then something else. I don't know if this does it.
Victory.
Maybe what they drew wasn't great for Shuri's lab. Vosh hair looks good. Shirt with the collar. I think we're on a date with TLSG. We're gonna have dinner later. It's gonna be great, Vosh. Can I log in as a guest and still count for goals and dice streams? Cho, you can. As long as it's the first time you've downloaded on your device, you can click on stay anonymous. That's what I do whenever I test a game out. I always like to test it out before I run the sponsorship, just so that I can kind of know what to expect. Then Hydra King, Kang, or Ant-Man. We can set up Kang or Ant-Man. We have the Kang. We have quite a few Ant-Men. I like this ant. But dealer's choice. All right, I'm gonna go Kang. Was there a Kang card back? There is. And then, Master, did you get the anti-venom bundle? No, I haven't yet. I know that when it was 4,000, it was definitely an easy pickup. And it still is if you don't own anti-venom. But I don't know. I think it's still probably a good value. Otherwise, I'm just turning the gold into credits anyways. But no, I haven't made a decision yet. And then Sowery, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 6 months. Finally able to catch you live again. Welcome in, Sowery. Hopefully you're having a great week so far. What's good, Hydra Bob sub? You could go Nightcrawler. It's less impact, but you have more agency and control over that move element. And so then you could use it to buff up your Craven or to tap out a lane and then move it later. I saw someone running a mill deck with Kang. Wait, you saw a Kang in the wild? So Boingo, actually, I can look at it real fast. So both Snap.fan and Marvel Snap Zone both do like a breakdown of like bundles that are out. Give you the like the breakdown of like the value of it. So for anti-venom, the currency value alone is 123% more currency than you would get just spending the gold on like flat credit conversions. And so you already get a little bit of an increase. And then if you don't have anti-venom, or if you like the variant, then it goes up a bit. Let me look, and that's from Snap Fan. Let me look at Marvel Snap Zone's breakdown as well. Yeah, so progress wise, it's about 100. This one shows about 128%. You're getting almost a little bit over a 25% increase from what it was, just flat spending it. And then P Busy, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 5 months. I'll go back to YouTube now, but you can have my free sub. Thank you so much, P Busy. That definitely means a lot. It definitely helps out. And then Freakzilla, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 2 months as well. Just popped in. Are we talking about if it's a good deal for this bundle? Didn't seem great for tokens. So with the credits and the tokens, it's half of a series 5 card just off of the tokens alone. And then you have the 3,000 credits. So it's progression-wise, it's a little bit more than just like flat outright doing the credits. Because it'd be what, 15,300, 6,000 for 48. It'd be just a tiny bit over 6,000 credits if you were just to flat convert them for gold. And so the 3,000 tokens gives you a bigger chunk of a card. And it's decent, especially if you don't have anti-venom. In that case, it's very, very good. What's the best anti-venom combo? Typically where I see anti-venom is in Ajax style of decks that look to pull out and draw out like their Luke Cage or their other cards to make sure the affliction goes off. There's a collector bundle coming out in months that's better value. Ooh, is it? How much is the collector bundle? And we always have to keep in mind that the value or the cost of that can change, because the anti-venom did the same thing. It was initially data mined at 4,000 and then it got up to 5. I like using him in old-fashioned Wong Odin decks. Ooh, I don't know that I've ever seen him in a Wong Odin deck. 2,600 gold is approximately 3,000 tokens. So you're getting an additional 3,000 credits with the bundle.
Opponent snapped.
I pair him up with Malekith. Yeah, I think him and Malekith go very, very well together. And then ordinary stat. How's Clarice doing? Clarice is doing well. Clarice is doing incredibly well. I mean, we recently moved, and she really enjoys the new house, the backyard. She goes out there and just rolls around and has an absolute heyday in the yard. So I think they were wanting their Red Guardian to hit our Scream. Fortunately, they missed on both counts. Double Scream is so annoying to face. I agree. Like our hand is pretty full, or our board state is pretty full, but being able to move. Oh, okay. Well, with the Scorpion, we should have anticipated in a loot cage. Do we ever single drop arrow? We could single drop arrow and snap. That would make, I guess their Hydra Bob pops out, huh? We probably lose this one. The snap is just to move Hydra Bob. Do you have a nice window for Clarice? We do. We do. There's one, it goes down low enough that she's able to just like lay down and look out. Man, if only this Scream. Thought process for a single drop arrow. What, right now?
We are the future.
I guess we could have done Ares and it probably would have been about as good. Their Ajax, they doubled up on Ajax. Yeah, and with a single Ares, we never outscale it. When we saw the loot cage, we knew we probably lost. I probably shouldn't have snapped back. I just wanted to see if maybe we could put them in a position where their Ajax wouldn't hit 2 impact lanes. To the Anti-Venom Spectrum deck? Ooh, I don't know that I've ever seen it in a Spectrum deck. But I am going to run to the restroom real fast, so we're going to run 2 quick minutes of ads, and then we'll be back. We'll run this a little bit more. We're climbing upwards with it. I think it's a relatively good deck, but can be tricky to navigate. We'll go ahead and jump over into the ads, and we'll be right back, you guys. And then I don't know if I answered this, but someone asked if it was a good tertiary card for Redwing. I don't know that it ever gets to the point where like more resources are added that it becomes like a staple. I think it always it's a lot of effort or pieces to trigger consistently. And so if you have to rely on 2, 3, or more different elements to go right, a card I think always feels, at least on some degree, inconsistent. Next up is Cisanaz? Break 120. We do have Scream early. We have Surtur. We have our Cull Obsidian. So it looks pretty good. As long as they're not running Luke Cage, we should be able to, I think, snap it pretty well. I don't know that we even try to fight for the sandbar or fight for Yggdrasil. We'll just let him get the discount on Iron Patriot. I think we have a good enough set of cards that it should be fine. We'll go Cull Obsidian. We don't have any of our movement pieces just yet. We have Magneto, which would rip their Cassandra Nova, which may be our turn 6. It's either that or maybe a Heimdall shift might be good for us. But they are running Anti-Venom. So with Cassandra Nova and Anti-Venom, I'm assuming they have Luke Cage, which means our Scream is not very effective. Let's do Polaris, Sam Wilson. And then we'll see. We have priority, so we at least get one trigger on Scream. I don't know if it's a good enough trigger, but we have at least one trigger on Scream. Guardian, we can't hit, we can't move Cap Shield, unfortunately. Big Hazmat with the Red Guardian, the US agent. Zabu is fine. We don't need to do Heimdall. Unless they do have Luke Cage. If they do have Luke Cage, then something like a Heimdall might be helpful. We would have to win both of these. See what we can do with Magneto. Just a Luke Cage from them in Necrotia is big.
We are the future.
Ooh. Man-Thing. Oh no. Man-Thing was massive. Leaving their cards here, I think just Magneto mid would have worked, potentially. I guess we would have pulled Cassandra Nova over. Close. I hope your move went without issue. In the middle of trying to move now, it's been nothing but anxiety. It was it was rough. We finally got everything moved out. We did the walkthrough with the old landlord, and we're completely out of the place. But like the day before, we still had just like the small knickknacks and stuff all over the place because we got all of the big stuff, and then it was, you know, slow and gradual. We were going to get the rest. So I ended up spending the last like 2 to 3 days that we had the house just constantly moving or cleaning, and it was very, very stressful. But we're completely out now, so it's all good. Is that the Ajax avatar? Wait, on this one? If so, it's Cassandra Nova. I don't, or maybe it was last one, I don't know. And we pull their shield, unfortunate. Although Scream is super... Scream is super frustrating for him as well. I would love to see that Sam Wilson effect as an actual border. I think that would be pretty cool. Like that as a like a border effect. It would look really, really sleek. Their last card was Galacta. I think we yank it over to the right. With a shield, we're going to scale their Copycat or their Craven. Did they fix Mastery so Rays don't show up as often? Yeah, I think it was half. I think both Rays and Bananas are showing up less often now. We got them, unless this is a movable card, we have them locked in here. Huge. They have no choice but to like really pressure here, right? We don't really have a way to compete for the left, so we were just going to throw as much as we could into a Teal'c as possible. No hate on the Rays. Like, I think, you know, Rays are fine as is. I think the Bananas are fine as is, but when it's super, super common and it takes up the place of like potentially being able to split into other things, I think is when it starts feeling bad. Because I, for one, if I get a split and it's ever Bananas, except for on like very specific or niche cards, I'll be sad. And so I think seeing them a bit less often, so we see an increase in like gold or our other splits that are actually chasers, I think is good. Yeah, I definitely think that they still need to continue to improve upon the system. I think it's a cool idea, and it gives lower collection level players a little bit something more to like chase after or go after, which I think is a win. So with the Nexus, I think we maybe aim to try to clutter them up over there a bit. Next turn on 4, we can go Spider-Man plus Sam Wilson so that we can declutter the Nexus lane. And then we're hoping to grab either Valentina and push it over into the Nexus or whatever is in the expansion. They need double the XP from splits. Yeah, I'd agree. Ooh, we pull out Surtur from Malekith, which is going to be a bit too late for value, but we can go Sam Wilson, Spider-Man. Either that or Sam Wilson. We can save Spider-Man for next turn. And then we can move the shield here, guarantee that whatever we pull goes into the Nexus. But I think next turn is going to be for Arrow. So I'm okay. I'm okay taking the gamble.
Oh, snap.
I'm playing Mill against Surtur Affliction move deck. And they're roping me in Conquest. Oh, no. Anytime there's roping, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Well, the Nexus is turned off now. What? Still move shield. We can still arrow over into the right lane. Just lock that one in. Then maybe last turn is like Craven, Cole Obsidian. Khazar probably eats a lot of bananas. I can see that.
Who will the winds bring?
Psylocke, Big Baron, Mordo. Wait. Or Possum. Why did they do it in that order? Oh. They gave themselves a 6-cost card with the Baron Mordo. We know that we have Surtur here, so it's a surprise. It's a surprise 5. We can also maybe it's just something like this. Big Craven in mid, big Cole Obsidian. I'd almost like to stack the two. Do this instead. There's so much Arsham in the meta right now. I have noticed a bit of an uptick in Arsham. Not that it's necessarily like unbeatable. It's just not always super fun to play into when it's super common. What are your thoughts on the series drop? Personally, I think they need to drop all Series 4 to Series 3, half to 5 to 4. So I think it's like it's a band-aid. Like I think they're still working on the overarching changes, but I will say they dropped some pretty decent ones. I think it's much better for like newer players. So like the new player experience, you get access to a better variety of Series 3 earlier on. I think it's better to newer players and then maybe like mid-game players. But as you start increasing what you already have of Series 4 and 5, I think they're always going to feel kind of bad. Because most of the time, the cards that are downgrading are the ones we already have. It's not good, it's just there, yeah. Cassandra Nova and winning every 10th game by herself. I do enjoy Cassandra Nova up against Arsham. Like Speaking of Arsham, we have Arsham one more time. The series drop is 100% new mid-player focus. My kid loves it. Yeah. Yep. I have a free-to-play account that I'm running right now, so I'm going to revamp the I played Marvel Snap for 30, 60, 100 days. And I'm day 20 right now, and the series drop is pretty exciting for that account. For this one, I mean, I have most of the cards, so it doesn't really do anything for me, other than meaning the ones that I'm potentially missing are more likely to be in caches in the future. Get Surtur, get Polaris. I almost want to Polaris over to the left and just work on maybe cluttering up their New York lane. But it also feels kind of bad to not play Surtur out. I like playing Arsham because it seems my matchmaking is better with that deck. Ooh, rest in peace, Scream. Looking well put together today. Did you go out for brunch? No, I just woke up and decided to be well put together.
Taking aim.
Like on the new player front, my son is now just Death and Zola from a functional competitive destroy deck. Yeah, he got null in 23 from the event. I missed the event,
Opponent snapped.
so I didn't get the cards from the event, but when we missed the Ares, didn't we? I don't know that we win this one. Like, we can Surtur Spider-Man. We could just arrow this turn. Try to get them a bit more cluttered in New York. But with New York being able to be that shift, they could have Legion to turn off Limbo.
Who will the winds bring?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Ooh, please go to the left. Huge. They don't get to shift any cards around. We don't need to shift any either. Which is nice. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. Yeah, Clogman too. Yeah, that's what we're aiming for. I think we do this and then probably a snap. I think it's a snap back.
Snap.
Or Nick. Shot for Legion. Yeah, if they do Legion, if they do it here, I think we have enough in mid. Actually, maybe not. It's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then the 4. Yeah, we would have enough in mid to tie. So then we would have tied this lane as well. Can't believe he didn't leave. Wild. Do we ever Magneto right just to try to pull in case they have something weird like a blue Marvel? Scale up Surtur in mid as well. Now he's gone.
Victory.
Poor Nick. Got absolutely cluttered. See how the deck is going. I mean, I know it feels good, but I'm gonna look at the tracked stats on it. Facing Destroy while playing High Evolutionary and Conquest. I haven't faced a High Evolutionary or a Destroy for that matter in quite a while. Let's go Craven right. Wow. Yeah, we're 10-4 with the deck so far. We're 71%, up 17 cubes. This deck is what I got the Infinite with this season. Yeah, this deck, I saw Browday running it, and it looked It looked like it had enough like sneaky playlines to be like an interesting enough twist on a deck that's already pretty strong. Could be pretty viable. Dan Hipgore. Dan Hipgore is a good one. And Skada, welcome in. You said much better. What with this deck?
Opponent snap.
With the arrow being included, the Magneto, the Heimdall. Yeah, we're having some good luck with it so far. So I think they're running a Spectrum deck. With arrow, we can actually clutter. Oh no, it's not an arrow deck. It's a Surtur deck. Maybe not as good. We can pull their crossbones over, but I'm not sure that we necessarily want to. We outscale because they have the rock here. I think we're fine. Read YouTube chat. Wait, wrong chat. 1 second. I got it, Skada. All right, so we have mid locked in, but comes down to a read now, because they can do two. They can do a free car, a 4-cost. Which, looking at theirs, what 4 costs do they have? I guess they could do arrow. No, they can't. It wouldn't trigger. What other 4-cost 10 powers do they have? Ares wouldn't do it. Probably arrow and Zabu. I guess it comes down to, like, where do they stack it? Just try to Magneto right. Mary, they may. I feel like most versions have ended up dropping Mary recently. I think we still lose in the right. They play both and win? Yeah.
Escape.
Yeah, we lose either way. As long as they split the two and play one in each. And welcome in, Scott. Hopefully you're having a great one. They play at least Scar. Yeah, I agree. Without having the ability to do like Magneto or even a Heimdall shift to kind of like surprise them, that one became very tough very fast. Next up is rank 55, Evil Master Betty. Double Scar is decent. Double Scream into a lot of annoying move stuff is also very, very decent. Double Ares. Evil Master Betty. Oof. Double Victoria Hand is already going to be tricky. Oh no, quadruple Victoria Hand? I think we leave now. We just get out of here. Oh my goodness. For one, my phone is choosing not to be annoying and have a big belly, I think. Very nice, Scotta. It's getting out of hand. It is getting way out of hand. Sheesh. Could you imagine 4 Victoria Hands and a Moonstone coming down. We're going to take our chances and see if we can clutter up Sinister London. Like, best case scenario, they're cluttered here and here. Best case scenario, like our players, if it pops here, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, we have a shot. Oh, never mind. Oh no, the acid arrow. Never mind. I thought it was perfect. Turns out it was not perfect. Although they can't double up on what they do. Magneto wins here. It pops over into the left. I mean, basic arrow is going to continue to scale. It's 4. It's an extra 8 onto every card that they play that wasn't generated in hand. Heimdall mid. Heimdall mid wouldn't put more power in the left, would it? Because it's going to shift at most the 8 and the 5, so it shifts 12 over.
Victory.
We roped him for nothing. Bob left. What, an arrow and a Bob? Bob to try to get the Black Vortex trigger? We could have done that. I'm always worried about a last turn destroyer, though. We'll take the one. I feel fortunate to have gotten one off of that, off of the four hand. Had they found like a hood, I think we would have been beaten pretty badly. Next up, we have Grave Bees. They had one Iron Patriot card. They did use both arrows. Yeah. So they only had one that was scaled up, didn't they? Hydra Bob could be good for our Kraven. Wait. I was running a deck similar to this yesterday, I think. If they're running like some kind of double up deck. Martage is nice for all of our own reveals. I'm gonna go ahead and go Kraven. Or not Kraven, Sam Wilson. We're able to get a huge Ares. They have Hope Summer, so they're going to look to do maybe a Shuri, because I was running, it feels like this exact deck. It runs Shuri, Infinite, and She-Hulk. We may not win the Ares play. Skip on 4 is interesting though. So one of the things that I like with this deck, with the Heimdall, like the Heimdall end, is being able to move the shield into Sam Wilson's lane, use Heimdall to shift it. Sam Wilson actually gets buffed up twice from it. And so mid lane would not be a concern at all about winning. Left lane would potentially be a concern.
Victory.
They had a hand of all 5s and 6 probably. I think their deck was like a Moon Girl Blood, and so I think it's probably 4s and 6s. Yeah. I don't know why they skipped on 4 though. They have a go-to destroy deck to fall back to. I feel like the destroy deck is relatively solved. It's like your standard X-23, a Deadpool, destroy. Just hit a Deadpool with Cyclops once. Now he can't scale. It's always fun. Like whenever you do that to a Human Torch, a Deadpool, whatever it may be. Always very, very fun. We can do Crave and Hydra Bob. That way we give them more time to try to fill up Mojo World, so that maybe Polaris works as a full cap. Or we could always draw into like an Arrow or a Spider-Man, which could help too. Can't do Arrow on 5, unfortunately. We would be able to do Ares on 5. Do we think they ever don't play in Mojo World so that they're not fulfilled? No, they do. Ah, Rocket and Groot. So we give them a lot of unfortunate scaling to get the discount on their Iron Patriot card. And now maybe they hit Wiccan as well. If we don't snap this turn, then they could snap next turn to make our Hydra Bomb move out of Mojo World, which would give them the guaranteed win there. Unless we found a Heimdall. Be the only way that would resolve. Well, and that's if they don't have Eliath on us. Yeah, with them having extra energy, we're gonna jump out of this one. We'll give them the one. I'm not gonna give them any extra. The seemingly random Heimdall is diabolical. It's not every game that you get value from the Heimdall, but some games you set it up where, like, your Craven scales very, very well off of that, like, last turn surprise Heimdall. Your Sam Wilson can get a double buff on the last turn from moving the shield into his lane and then moving them both into, like, mid or into left, and just like repositioning that power that the opponent thought they had handled. And so I like having the option. I'm of the opinion that Scream could do with a power reduction. 4 power every move is Havoc levels. Yeah. Yeah, I think Scream is probably... I mean, but that's assuming that Luke Cage isn't in the mix. Because once Luke Cage is down, and then it's 0 power per move, which feels much less impressive. I don't want to play into any of these lanes. Falling Wing, Proxima. That makes sense. Alright. They have priority here. But our goal is to get Ebony Maw out of Clintar. Clutter up one of their lanes. Go for this. How crazy is Magneto and Polaris, right? Apparently not too crazy. We would have capped them out over there. So I'm thinking this is like a Hela deck. I think. Maybe not. Can someone time me out, please? I don't have points. And then Cosmo, you said yes, use the deck, my favorite. I am enjoying this one quite a bit so far. I think we've held around 70% win rate so far. 66 over 18 games. So it's doing incredibly well. I kind of like the surprise Heimdall here. When you can do it, Scream is the most fun card in the game. I agree. If we do Heimdall here, these don't all switch. We could also look to do a big Magneto, which we have this one handled, I think. Go down to 22. It would need 3 on reveals. With 2 in hand, I think they only get an option for 1. Yeah, Heimdall mid sets off cap again, but this is 19 already. And then pushing all of this out to be the guaranteed loss in the right lane. I think the symbiote is what's keeping us from doing the Heimdall shift. I think we're just going to pull these two into mid and assume that they're going to play their one card in Superflow.
We are the future.
Minions to me.
No! Yeah, the hella hit us. So it only would have been 9 in mid. Just an arrow mid, I think, may have won it. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Heimdall wouldn't have done it because we didn't have. I don't think it would have done it. I don't think we would have had enough in left to compete with the symbiote than what was already there. Next up is Denarius. See if we can get back on the right side of this one. We have our Kraven. We have Spider-Man to be able to shift their stuff around. I do like the Kamartage lane, whether it be for like Polaris or potentially a Spider-Man. I'm gonna do Kraven, right? Said it's already been an hour and a half. It has, Master. Let's go Surtur mid. Black Swan. Double Polaris is nice, but for right now, I think we're gonna go Scream Spider-Man. I'm just worried about them playing like a rocket or something right here. There's the only like hesitation for me playing Scream into mid.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Ooh, if we could have went mid with that, I think we could have stopped them from picking it up with like a Toxin or a Beast. Nico, Iceman. Then huge Nico. Oh, they went ahead and did Toxin. Maybe we just go Polaris right to yank the Toxin over. Think you're cooked here? Me too, Papa. Me too. There's a new card game I would like to recommend to you. Demo is out now, Monster Train 2. What's it out on? Is it on mobile or is it on Steam? That is a very big rocket. They have three giant rockets in hand or in flight. Eesh. Yeah. We're gonna just absolutely get out of here. Yeah, Nico, like both turns being the double up spell which triggered twice and then being the double copy was huge. We're gonna jump out of that. Eesh. Kamartage good for balance, hard to tell. I don't know. It's debatable for sure. I'm gonna run downstairs to get a refill on the water. We're gonna jump over into a quick set of ads before coming back. I kind of regret not getting Joquin. Joquin is, I feel like still very skippable. Like there's some decks I see where if it hits hard, but more often than not, it ends up being just a little bit awkward. But we're gonna jump over into 2.5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Please, you can save my soul for just 500 points. I mean, it's cheap if you think about it. Drew, I don't even think I completed his mission, if I'm honest. Next up, we have Wino. Getting some decent cards into Valhalla could be nice. Chill, is that for Skada? Okay. Ooh, double Craven isn't going to be as good now. Guess I'm going to go double Surtur. See where the Surtur lands. It's a singular Zabu. Could be a Surtur deck still. Then Packers with the emote only chat. Jumping over for 2 minutes. I'll be right back, you guys. So we could try to get a single and then a double, then re-trigger it for a triple in Valhalla. I think that'd be risky. We could also look to go like Scream Spider-Man. But I'm just going to do double Ares. Oh, triple Gwynpull is crazy. Uh-oh. Very scared of the triple Gwynpull. For the Shang-Chi. Drop a Shang-Chi and they're in the clear. I think that's probably what this deck is with the Zabu. We're probably looking at like Galacta, Enchantress, Shang-Chi. Oh, Galacta too. My goodness. I think this is a cut, tail, and run type of match. Best we could do would be this. I'm not sure that that does much for us. We'll give them the 1 cube. They may not have their Shang-Chi, so it may not be a guaranteed loss. I don't want to risk it.
Escaped.
In just a few more seconds, and we'll come back from the emote-only chat. You guys are free once again. Next up, we have Noah. On 2. With the help of Castle Blackstone, we could try to get an Ares down.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe stop them from getting the discounted Iron Patriot. Big Rocket Group. Their next 3 cards total 4 power. That is super unfortunate. So I assume an Adam Warlock has to be in there. Joe, I noticed the emote only has a cooldown. Because we ended up like half an hour in emote only chat one time. So now there's a little bit of a cooldown. Yeah, after 20 at once, I'd put a cooldown limit on it. Yeah, it was a good move to move the Rocket Groot that turn. So they'll have our Magneto. We have to look out for. We can pull around our Ares inserter, but that's it. It was definitely memorable. And we also had like 5 name origins redeemed back to back to back, so there's a cooldown on that too. I think a Heimdall shift could do this for us, right? Maybe. They only have a Magneto. I guess it depends on where they play the Magneto at. Magneto right. Fine anyways. Time for some moved foolery. Yeah, we have some move foolery going on. Ooh, Polaris. Wait, Polaris Kitty Pryde? Over a Magneto?
Victory.
Yeah. So the shield will give Sam Wilson +2 again, because it goes in order that they're positioned, and so Sam Wilson moves first, and then technically Cap Shield moves right after, and so it gives it an additional proc. Really cool when you have both Kraven, Sam Wilson, and then the shield as a way to like get a surprising amount of like burst going on it. And then here in a little bit, there is I feel like it's got to be skewed, but there's a Redwing deck that actually has some pretty good stats. 51 games logged for it. 72.5% win rate. That's in top 10% infinite. I feel like it has to be somehow skewed. But here in a little bit, I'll try that one. The Surge Scream deck is doing really, really well right now, too. I don't have a Redwing or a Rania. It does have both those in it. It also runs Luna Snow, which is, I think, interesting. Is it the Husky Blink deck? Most likely. I feel like Husky is the one that always like has a diabolical enough mind for builds, like Misery. He absolutely loves and he does really, really well with Misery. But like anytime I use it, definitely does not translate. So I don't know if it's Husky's Blink. It probably is. Let's see. It runs Aranya, runs Domino, Makari, Redwing, Luna, Dracula, Jubilee, Blink, Heimdall, Red Hulk, Giganto, Infinite. No, not Huskies. What was Huskies build? I want to do Surtur, but I also kind of want to do Polaris to yank either the Aranya or the Kate Bishop over into this tower. Oh, Blink War Machine. Yeah, Blink War Machine, the Electro shenanigans. I have seen that a fair amount too. Super unfortunate Redwing pull that we will absolutely take. We could do Ares. I feel like we need to play Sam Wilson so that we can move the shield, so maybe both of them to the left. I think this person might be playing it. Wait, it has Electro with the Redwing? Oh, the War Machine? Yeah. Yeah, JF. Looks like JF is running it. Maybe we go Surtur Scream, or just go with like an Ares or a Coal Obsidian. I'm gonna go Surtur Scream. Big Hope and then Ebony Maw. So we have to look out for, that's both of their basic arrows. So unless there's another one cost built into it, then we're just looking out for Infinite this turn, really. Oh yeah, that's true. The grapple. And then with the grapple to the right, he'll have to play the Infinite over here, right? Otherwise it yanks over. Is there ever a line? Heimdall Shift. I don't know if this will do it. Heimdall Shift moves the Hydra Bomb, moves Spider-Man, buffs this up. And then Polaris and Surtur's what's going to move here.
Hello, can you understand me?
So knowing that they had to do the Infinite here, it might be able to do it for us. We do we do just inch it out just ever so slightly.
Victory.
Shield to the right, yeah, true. I was worried that we were gonna do -4 and then move it back, but knowing that Scream would have taken shield spot would have been the +1. Was a was a super tight game. What are your stats on the deck? My stats are good. Let's look. I think we're hovering around 60, slightly over 60. Hold on. I think I have to clear out of that game for them to update.
Epic.
Yeah, 60.9 over 23 games right now. Corey, nice play. Thank you so much. Every once in a while, the surprise Heimdall gives you like that just unlikely, unfortunate play line to find a win. And actually, I may
Snapped.
not this stream, but in between streams, I may switch deck trackers, actually. Not that I don't like the untapped one. I really like the layout and everything with the untapped one. But the one from snap.fan allows me to show like my stats with a particular deck, which I think is really cool to have on screen. That screen popping. Yeah, we're gonna hurry up and get the Scream and just absolutely stacked as quickly as we can. Finding a Craven would be kind of nice too. A Psylocke. Is it a Wiccan deck? No? I mean, wouldn't be Wiccan. 2099? that what this deck is? Is a 2099 deck? Nothing on 3. Blue Marvel? I don't know anything about what this man is running. Is there any tracker for mobile? Snap, or not Snap, Untapped just came out with mobile tracking. It doesn't have the actual tracker. You get your stats. Like it can track your stats of the games, but it can't show you the trackers on the side. I know Snap.fan was working on getting one that can have a tracker on mobile. It's just not out yet. Just go call Obsidian here. It's gonna pull over to the right. That's fine. It's got 2099, Doom, Spectrum, Cap America, Luke Cage. So it's a Doom Zoo. It's too much in the right. Actually, is it too much in the right? We can always Heimdall shift it, but I still think it's too much. Raven to the left gives us a guaranteed move with a Spider-Man. If we play it here, it can't go to the right, it has to go left. Here, we could potentially set up for like a Heimdall shift. No, we don't have enough space for it. We're gonna go with the guarantee. And then I'm gonna, I'm pasting your message through. Pasting your message through, Packers. Ooh, a big Doom pull from the Iron Lad. Do not think there's much we can do about that. Like a Heimdall here would be our absolute best bet. I assume they fill this one up. Look at that. Another Doom bot fills both of these. Comes 2, 3, 4 each, so it's 8, goes to 10. Maybe. If they just play the second Doom bot. It could be Dr. Doom too. Spectrum. Spectrum's gonna be too much for us. Just barely not able to make it over the top here. Well, there you got him. I forgot that the Spectrum was a thing in this deck. As soon as he got nerfed, I stopped associating those two. Like, it was a deck that popped up and was super, super strong at the start of the season. He got nerfed a little bit, and then it kind of dropped off. But I do still think it's pretty strong. We have Nick once again, which I think he was running an Arisham deck, if I'm not mistaken. New York's not bad for us. Get him, Gary. Or get him, Derry. He said, GG, friend, don't worry. I didn't have stream open. Welcome in, Derry. I completely overlooked the Spectrum last turn. I was thinking, like, maybe another Doom, maybe Dr. Doom, and I completely overlooked that that Spectrum in that deck was a thing. So very, very good game. You had it lined it lined up from the start, I suppose. With the early snap. But good game as always. I was thinking really hard about 2099 left. Somebody in chat said that you were gonna 2099. And I guess they were right. All right, let's move the shield. Let's go Surtur. And then we'll see. But next time, how's that deck doing for you? Better than it should be? Yeah, yeah. I feel like it still spreads and puts out power, and then with the Spectrum, you have that way to like surge up a lane that the opponent thinks they otherwise have locked in. Oh yeah, you're okay, backers. Well, our shield is gone. Now it's to the left. I wish that would have pulled beforehand. Not awful. Yeah, it's very consistent at going wide, but it doesn't go incredibly tall. It's true. So if you ever go up against a deck that is specifically meant to go really tall, it's hard to compete. We can do Scream, Arrow, the left, and then maybe Magneto mid. Could be what we're looking to do. Ooh, Malekith is a huge hit. Unfortunately so.
Who will the winds bring?
Doom rules all.
Doctor Doom. So they don't have all that much space to move here. Magneto here could get us in trouble. We could also have Shang-Chi, and if so, then we're kind of wiped anyways. We could also just go Call Obsidian Craven. And if they move anything to the left, then Scream scales. I think if they have a Shang-Chi, I don't think we have a shot.
Victory.
I guess they didn't have anything big that could try to outscale what we have here. We'll take it though. When did they update their app to work on Android? So it's not their app. It's actually you link it, you like navigate to the web page, and then you paste in a link. It's something that just came out in beta a couple of days ago, but I was using it to test out, and from what I've played, it's tracked all of my games, and you just go on there, you click on add mobile tracking or mobile tracker, and then it just like starts picking them up once you have it linked. Over there in 6 days. You play Nick Berger a lot? Not normally. Today, I guess, but not normally, no. But we are going to run to a really quick set of ads. We're going to do 2 minutes. I'm going to stick around, and we're going to queue up in about a minute, and then we'll be right back, you guys. we'll go ahead and jump in. And I'm really curious about this Redwing deck. I feel like I'm going to use it, and it's going to be like I'm not going to do great with it, but I like a lot of the pieces in it. Makari to help make sure your hand is low. Luna Snow so that you can play out one of the 6 cost cards. Link to rotate in. You have your Dracula. I think it has some good potential. I wonder if it's a premium feature. Here, look. I'll show you where it's at least on my end. I don't know if it's a premium feature, if it's just because it's in beta or what. But on mine, from the area here, actually, I don't see it on here. I saw it whenever I was on my mobile, and so maybe, hold on, I'll check the Discord, see if they took it down. Because there may have been some kind of issue with it. Oh, okay. So yeah, this feature is currently in beta for premium users. Yeah, so it's only... Right now it's only premium. They said they're still looking at scalability to make sure that like they could enable it for everybody. So it is a feature that might be available for everyone at some point. But just right now it's only available for premium. Lanum, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. The Warrior Fall helps us win, or the Cap Shield helps us win Warrior Fall. Maybe. Never mind. It's not the one that destroys everything. We lost the Ares. We're not gonna have Cryo here. If we did, we could rip Doom over into this lane to try to get it to be destroyed. Oh, we have to play in mid. Maybe there's some world where a Magneto right could do it. And then your name always stumps me up. Advocate? I want to say advocate, but it's not. But welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Right now it would be the Doom bots that died in the right. So it would leave them with 5. Never mind, they wouldn't die because Cap Shield. We're gonna give him this one.
Escaped.
Go ahead and update the title. I'm gonna try the Redwing deck. Calling my name. Heimdall right? Heimdall right. Maybe. I guess depending on what they played on that last turn, Heimdall right maybe could have gotten it for us, bad robot. All right, so we're gonna try this little monstrosity. It has really good stats for about a 50 game sample size. And it looks like a super simplified version of the Dracula. The shop reward. Ooh, they did just reset. I'll check it out right after. And then next up we have Sowery. and the Uatu avatar.
Right on time.
Crochet, we always guarantee that we draw into the domino. We can set up our Redwing. Besides Aranya, we typically are going to want to, at least at some point, hit it with a Heimdall so that we can enable it. Altar of Death, I mean, we have Jubilee, which ends up giving us power over there. Snap it. Any of the upcoming cards that you're super excited for? There's a couple. I was really excited about Essen, but then they just they preemptively nerfed him into the ground, unfortunately. So not so much him anymore. But Agamotto, I think, looks really, really interesting with the spells. They murdered him, yeah. Starbrand looks interesting. Yeah, they murdered Essen. Like, he's super flavorless now. Our of the cards, they used it whenever we still had a low power card in hand in Makari. We could Heimdall this turn. Blink's not going to switch anything for us. If we Heimdall shift this turn, there's a chance that it hits Luna Snow. I'm not sure that we like that chance. We can also just Luna in the right lane. We would have 9 energy next turn. So if we drew Dracula, we could get Blink going. And if not, then it's an Aranya plus Heimdall to shift it over into Altar of Death to win that one. I love a good discard party, so I'm hyped for Khonshu. Yeah, Khonshu I think is going to be really, really cool. A lot of negative power over here. Alright, so Aranya, we go Heimdall. Pulls behind and leaves hopefully an Infinite here. And with Aranya, Heimdall's going to shift over into the right lane to help us win that one. How do the drops work? Nest one. If you do ! drops, so you go to marvelsnap.com/Twitch drops. It lets you link your Marvel Snap and Twitch accounts together. And then all you have to do is have a participating Snap stream open, and you gain progress towards them. You can check that progress at that second link. Next month seems like it's going to redefine deck building. I agree. And then Edgar's welcome in. I'm having a good Friday. Hopefully you've had a good week and your Friday is going well as well. So mid lane is always a loss, which is a problem. Oh no, big cannonball. And of the cards that we were pulling, Blink was probably the worst option of them. I mean, anything other than Infinite wouldn't have won there. But had we not used Aranya to move the Heimdall, it did. All right, let's check out the shop reset real fast. I don't use Arisham, but I do kind of like this one. Well, that went about as bad as possible. It did indeed go just about as bad as it could possibly go. Ooh, Luna's the only one I don't have boosters for. Of course, the first game I queue is into you. Well, I mean, you won. What is the Twitch drop variant? For this set, it's a premium mystery variant for the 6-hour mark. For 2 hours, you get credits. 4 hours is boosters, but like the chase goal is that 6-hour mark. And then next week, we're actually going to get rewards for the Sanctum Sanctorum, not Sanctum Showdown, which is the new game mode where you can unlock either the newly released cards or you can get random S4 and S5 cards. And so getting extra currency there, I think, is a really, really big thing. All right, let's go Domino. We're going up against rank 26 Duplicius with a natural Domino. Nothing on 3. Well, Jubilee on 4, unless we are looking at like a Redwing, then we might not. Okay, so we know Aranya's at the bottom. Instead of Jubilee, let's do Dracula. We could always Jubilee, because we know Aranya is at the bottom of our deck. Redwing is fine, Luna Snow is fine, Blink's fine. I assume to guarantee hand thinning? Yeah. By Domino, it's to help make sure you have a play. Same thing with Makari. To keep your hand low, so that the Redwing move is always higher value. Same thing with Dracula. Let's go Jubilee, just in case we pull out Blink. I don't want to Blink Dracula back into the deck. Giganto is fine as well. So, no, we don't have anything above. We don't have anything blinkable. We do have Dracula. We go Dracula. Oh, they pull our Aranya, which is, I'm sure, not what they wanted to see. And Redwing comes in very, very last here. I think we just go Red Hulk and, depending on what this is, have a couple chances to outstat them in the Dracula lane. Either that or we just go with the Heimdall. Pull the Dracula over. This is 15. But it gets brought down by 3, so it's 12. This would have to be 4 or less. I'm gonna try that. We're not gonna try that. We'll take the 1 cube. So it's definitely an interesting deck. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. Because there's a lot of times where you just draw, you have a bad draw on like the final turn. You can't really do much about. Next up is 174, Gabriel Crawler. Kari will be gone. With Luna Snowdown, though, we'll be able to curve our cards a bit more easily. How long will you be streaming? I'm gonna be streaming for probably another like 4 or 5 hours. I'll be streaming for another good while. And then, like if you're gonna leave the stream open, just to get the drops, I always raid over into another snap stream or whenever I'm done, just to make sure that anyone that was AFK will still get progress. Ooh, Central Park is hit a bit rough. We can probably make sure, I guess no matter what, our ice cube is gonna leave us after this next turn. Okay, we get the ramp for 1 turn. Discard right now, in my opinion, is broken. I think discard is right now is very, very strong. So the Luna Snow with 5, we can Luna Snow. We get the guaranteed either Dracula, Red Hulk, Giganto. So it's a pretty big trade-off for us. Heimdall's not necessarily going to be our viable play, but if we just get like the big raw power plays out, it's the Dracula. Do we ever want to Aranya? In case we draw into Redwing, we could move it and pull one of these. Do that, or we could go Jubilee. Either way, we need to get rid of some of our cards. We can go this number. It leaves only 1 space here. So they're going to know exactly what they're up against. I still think Bullseye should only work on 1 or less base cost, not current cost. Yeah, that would probably kill him, I think. But as it is right now, being able to hit so many swarms is like, that's where his biggest like strength lies. Red Hulk pulling mid, not bad. If we end up with Giganto, no, Luna Snow. I'm going to go Heimdall. Put more power. It's still a 50-50 here. And we're actually going to Aranya the Heimdall. Yeah, if you take Swarm away, it's just... I don't know any great deck that would run Bullseye other than like maybe like a Dracula dump. But even then, I think it's clunky. Yeah, you would have to lean much more into like the Dakin shards.
Victory.
As a way to be able to discard those pretty easily. The Redwing deck, but we can't find Redwing. Still doing pretty decent so far. I may need to snap a bit more aggressively with this one, though. You get our Redwing in this one. How do you like Redwing? I think Redwing, for the most part, is a lot of effort for relatively minimal like payoff. But there are some situations where like it can give you some really large power plays, but you almost need to set up your deck in a very specific way so that you can guarantee those large powers that come down. We can go Luna Snow or Redwing. Luna Snow, either way, it's not going to reveal this turn. Go Redwing. Redwing, and then Jubilee, and then Blink. I think it's probably going to be our go-to play here.
Snap.
And then Spidey, welcome in. We I hope you are having a fantastic day so far. Have you tried Husky's Blink Machine with Redwing? I haven't. It's very much up his alley. Like, I feel like he really enjoys War Machine, enjoys Misery a lot, and all of those. Oh, not a great Jubilee pull by any measure of the... Oh, well. Well, their Redwing pulled the Aranya, unfortunately, I think. I think it was the Aranya, right? Unfortunate for them. We do have Heimdall, so whenever we want to shift the Redwing, we can go right ahead. A Blink is going to guarantee us a Giganto here. It's going to be nice. Then we have the Heimdall shift to maneuver things around. I think we're in an okay spot. Also, I feel like I haven't seen Redwing in 2 days until I switched back to a Redwing deck. Yeah, Sam Wilson is good. Sam Wilson is good because he's so flexible. Oh, they're going to move our Redwing for us. I hope not bad. It does mean Heimdall is a bit questionable as a final turn. I think. Maybe not. Like, Heimdall here moves Giganto. Other. This lane becomes their stacked lane. I don't think we're going to activate the Aranya because I don't want anything to shift over. Yeah, Aranya would move the Heimdall, and I want the power in the left. I thought. I mean, it's coming down to a point differential, so maybe I didn't, but we were still able to grab it.
Victory.
We will grab the 4. Their Redwing pulling Aranya is one of the reasons why I think Redwing is a really tricky card. Like, in the decks that you use it in, you almost need to guarantee what it's going to pull by limiting what's in your hand. And so you really kind of hamstring your flexibility in that early game a lot of times. Kazimo and playing somewhat mill without Red Guardian, Grandmaster, and Misery. I mean, without... Yeah, Misery is probably really, really good for it. And then Grandmaster as like a backup instead of Misery. But without those two, you're definitely missing that, like, push over the top, I think, Karthi. Hopefully they offer Misery soon. Or you pull it from, like, the random card in the Sanctum Showdown. You can go Domino. Maybe throw in Redwing and Asgard as well. They are going to have the demons, which I think they probably push those into Washington, D.C. Ooh, I'm the one that's roping. Ooh, Misery was a couple weeks ago. So it'll probably be a bit. So it must be a Victoria hand style of deck. Go Redwing. Being able to potentially do like Redwing with a Rania move into Blink is also, I think, kind of cool. And then good call out on the free spin for the Galactus. Do get Victoria hand. We have the massive Infinite here. We also have to skip. And if we do Blink, we're gonna rotate our Redwing in. Not a good lineup for us. On the free-to-play account today, I got 200 credits from the free spin, which was nice. I guess we guarantee either Jubilee or Dracula from the Blink rotation. So then that kind of opens up our last turn to not have to do Heimdall necessarily. We can, but we're not forced to have to do it. I think we're going to send Redwing back into the deck. As bad as that feels. They also have the extra Wiccan energy, the extra cards in hand we have to look out for. With a Victoria hand deck, I don't think they're going to be running a Shang-Chi. I could be wrong. Popping up the demon is huge. It's an 11 power demon left. What free spin? Captain, so from marvelsnap.com, if you click on shop, there's a Galactus web spin. I'll pull it up right after this one, and I'll show you. Do we ever... It feels bad. Do we ever Aranya here? Just to get it out of our hand? No, if they do a big demon here, I'm not sure that it wins. I guess the big question is, do they run Shang-Chi? I think Giganto left beats a demon left. It'll be another 11. We outscale their lane by 2. Then we just let Dracula kind of... Red Hulk would be the only one that could potentially win if they didn't play anything at all there. Big Arrow, Demon Right, and then Shadow King mid. So we win left. The Red Hulk, but it's not enough because it didn't scale. Oh wait, it's a point differential. Oh, we lose the point differential by 1. Tough. Tough one. All right, we're gonna do the web pull real fast. So if you just go to marvelsnap.com, it comes up with this pop-up to try to make sure that you don't forget it. Click on that, and then it'll have you use your Snap ID, which you can find in the app. You can scroll through all the offers or just click on the free gift. Do a free draw every day. It's between Borders, Premium Mystery Rant, or up to 500 credits, which is such a big boost if you're still newer, if you're still advancing your collection. Even 200 is, if you get that a couple times a week, it's going to be something like 3,000 to 4,000 credits a month, which is almost a new series. It's almost a Spotlight Cash or a Spotlight Key. Just from going on there daily and doing the spin. So definitely worthwhile. Just rolled 500 credits. Huge. Yeah, on my free-to-play account, I got 200 this morning. And the borders are like the fallback, but... Up we have Binks. Wait, when did it turn daily? Maybe a couple weeks ago, and they changed the drops on it as well recently, because it used to be, yeah, so about a month, because it used to be really, really bad. Like the rewards on it used to be awful, where it was like almost always that you were hitting boosters. Not exactly what we want in the miniaturized lab. We can throw in a Luna and then try to set up for an Aranya, maybe? I could stomach the bad rewards, but making it so... Yeah, when it was Tuesday only, that was... it was bad. That was a bad call by whoever made the call. but now it's daily, which is nice. Gets you in the store, decent, generous rewards. I fear that they're eventually going to change it, though. I think we go with 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go with the Giganto left type of situation. We go Giganto. We could also go Red Hulk left. Yeah, let's go Red Hulk left. Next turn we can do both Dracula and a Redwing move. Looks like Binks is running a very maybe heavy hand buff. Maybe he's running Black Panther stuff. Yes. He did snap on us. He used to be like, here's your 20 boosters. Yeah. It used to be like almost always. Wait, a Patriot. Patriot Surfer is like a big blast from the past. Infinite is a massive pull for us. Where do we need the extra support? I don't think there's any way they overpowered this lane. So I think it's just Dracula, Aranya, Redwing. It shifts over to the right. It pulls one of these 3 massively good cards. And we call it a day. Is Redwing shaping up to be pretty decent? I'd say no. I don't know. It's an okay enough card. A lot of times you have to really warp your deck around getting the benefit from Redwing. And so I think we'll see him some, but I don't think we see him like super frequently. He's not flexible by any means. If they somehow won left, then we're in trouble. Surfer, that's fine. I think. Oh, maybe not. They win left. Oh my gosh, that was as close as we could possibly cut it. We win the point differential. We forced a tie in mid. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting the Absorbing Man. We gave them the extra energy to be able to use the Absorbing Man. Oh my goodness. That was far too close. Old school Surfer Patriot. Yeah. Still packs a punch, and we helped him out a bit with the Luna Snow, being able to kind of give them that extra little ooh, we need to split some cards. We have way too many credits. Go for a quick split. Wow, button up shirt, you interviewing for something? I mean, you guys are technically my boss. You guys allow me to do this and to stream and create content. So I have to make a good impression. I don't know what prompted the button up shirt today. We can't quite get a blink split. Wait, why is Giganto green? Why have I split Giganto so many times? Take away these so that you guys can see it. We have the summer vacation one, which I think is probably one of the more rare ones. That's why I use that one, but I don't know why I ever split Giganto this many times. How many Baron boosters? Wait, Baron Zemo or Baron Mordo? First the laundry basket goes away, and now a button-up shirt. We're getting classy. Let's see, I haven't unlocked the masteries. Ooh, what a good split. I mean, gold would have been better, but the rainbow Kirby Crackle, magnificent. I don't have any 30s. The rainbow Kirby, and I like leaving my inks at a gray border. Wait, did it not force me to open my masteries for it? Nice. Baron Mordo, it's probably very, very few. Let me take a look. Wait, I've never split. I've never upgraded Mordo past green. And I have 331 boosters for him. Somehow. No idea how I have that many boosters for Mordo. All right, let's do the Heimdall split. I don't think we even have a shot at getting or unlocking anything with this one. I've only split him one time so far.
Infinity.
Conquest? True. It was probably Conquest. Conquest or like the rewards along the way. I can't think of a single time where I used him frequently.
Infinity.
Split him twice. Oh, it does. If you level up, it makes you claim them. All right, let's set that. And then I'm going to split a couple more cards, but it's almost time for an ad break. So we're going to run to a quick set of ads so that I would rather it run during this than during the games. And so we're going to run a quick 2 minutes, and we'll be jumping back in shortly after that. Hot take, I like foils. I like foils. I don't care for Prism. Prism's a bit too much. What? I mean, refraction is good too, but yeah, we're gonna jump over into the break. We'll be right back. I don't think we can split this one. We can split Aranya. Never split Domino either. Or Makari, but those are definitely underused cards. I'm gonna split Aranya. I like Prism. I feel like Prism, there's so much going on in that background that like a one-off I think looks good. If you do a whole deck or like a theme of it, I feel like it gets to be too much. And if you like it, okay. So this is my first. I don't split cards all that often unless I'm just looking for like keys or trying to push progression. This is my first split where I've gotten a different background. Bad. Talk about too much? Yeah. Yeah, talking about too much.
Mastery.
And I'll put a red spider border on it. I mean, it kind of fits, but it does still have a lot going on. I mean, the red and black with the red and black for her name, and then kind of matches her outfit. It's not awful. Like, it's just maybe a little hard to look at. Maybe just a little bit. Let's split her one more time. You like the raise too?
Infinity.
Are reserves predetermined, or should I wait for the series drop? From what they've said in the past, it should be predetermined, and that the change should go from any new ones that you unlock. But I don't know. It's up to you if you hold them or not. You like the red raids? All right, we may add that as our favorite. And then Roram, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then the second raise in a row. I thought they lowered the chance of raise. It's just maybe I'm unlucky. I know we haven't split her many times. Go red raise. I don't think I'm gonna waste a border on it, but I don't really like it. I thought I would like it more than this, but it's just, it adds another element of too muchness. How's the bird performing? Seems an above average card. In this deck that we're running, it's been performing pretty decently. Could also go with that. Ultra. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it orange. Rays are too much. I agree. I agree. Most of the time, rays are too much. I'm gonna leave that one in there just to distract the opponent from what we're running. The Misery variant. I do like the full Ray deck. Really, I haven't I haven't even opened most of the masteries, but I definitely haven't brought myself to do a full Ray deck. The red webs, yeah, the red webs wasn't. I thought I would like it a lot more than that, because the color scheme kind of fit with everything else. I just wasn't.
What are the odds?
Okay, so we have Domino. Next turn is going to be Luna, which can let us curve a bit easier into some of our other plays. You name it Ray Gun? What, for Aranya? Or if you do the whole deck. The Rays hypnotize the opponent. That's what we're going for. We're going for hypnosis. Full on hypnosis. Let's do Luna Snow right. Yeah, if you do the whole deck. I think it's definitely a Ray Gun scenario. I feel like that would just be unpleasing to the eye. I could be wrong. No, Ray can't play. I can also do a whole banana deck. We do have the Heimdall, so we can shift out of this lane whenever we want to. Maybe we set up in a way that the Heimdall shift is just going to give them the right lane. And then we stack left and mid. Luna Snow should say her rival's ult line. I was actually looking at like play rate and win rate. I don't know why. I haven't played rivals in, I'd say probably like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Shortly after the new season launched. But I was looking at play rates and win rates, and Luna Snow has a negative, like a below 50% win rate, which is wild. I thought she'd be much higher, but it could be that she's so widely adopted that it has both the good and the bad players skewing the data. A whole banana deck would be bananas. Her ult is insane, that's true. But Rocket had a really good play rate. I think it's because the people that play Rocket, it's a smaller percentage, and so you're more likely to get people that know what they're doing. Versus, I feel like Luna Snow is probably like more like a catch-all for everybody. She's easy enough to play. She has a strong ult that like I think far more people are picking it up. Oh, they did get nerfed? Oh, did they really? we want to snap this? I don't know. Iron Man to the left. It's kind of bananas, but maybe we just don't go Heimdall. We go big right. Ooh, Mystique. Scary. This has to be a Spectrum deck, right? Big Punisher as well. Oh, man. Is that a new Iron Man variant? It's the Marvel Rivals variant, so it's newer. Can we win this? I don't know. I feel like they're gonna push here, and it's just any extra power there is gonna be really tough to overshine. And then Osef, welcome in. Retreat, man. Yeah, we should probably retreat it. This would be 10, 14, so 24, 28, 30. If we got lucky. You're telling me that there's a chance. Spectrum, yeah, most likely a Spectrum. Or just the full stack in the left lane. Oh no, we're most definitely cooked. Moonstone? Iron Patriot? Maybe not. If we hit the Giganto left, can we do it? No. No, we can never do it. It was never a chance. Did you see the first Ghost Rider card? I did. There was almost a chance. Had they not dropped Moonstone and Iron Patriot left, there was absolutely a chance. I did see the first Ghost Rider card. And then on the side, Rocket win rate is so high because it's very hard to perform badly. Whereas on Luna, you can pop ult at the same time as your other support. True. That's true. Rocket is much more just like, he's not bursty impact. And so I think it's a lot easier for consistent performance out of Rocket. I think Jeff needs buff. We're talking about Snap, right? I feel like to make him viable again, I don't know what makes him viable again. Like another 1 or 2 points of power, I think probably just 1 would make him at least usable in several decks. Big Meek. Ooh. Going against discard. Not much we can do there. Being able to do triple bullseye, quadruple bullseye, or even Modok. Yeah, so many Meeks. What a bad time for Killmonger to not be around. Yeah, almost no Jeff. And I think it's just because his impact or value has been slowly but surely power crept. So before, he was one of the only movable cards, and he was by far the only one that could get into like unplayable locations. Now, we don't have the heavy restriction with like Professor X. Storm got nerfed, both of the like very restrictive locational cards that Jeff would kind of shine with. Both of those got nerfed. Yeah, there's nothing that we're gonna be able to do here, I don't think. But both of those got nerfed, and with that, we also have now like Rocket and Groot. We have Nocturne, which we didn't have as many cards that could move. We have Hydra Bob that can also get into those hard to reach locations, and so its impact slowly but surely became less and less and less relevant. You think Mobius is the biggest counter to discard right now? Mobius is a big one. Red Guardian is also pretty good. depending on which direction they go. And then Lady Deathstrike is actually surprisingly pretty good. You can knock out their Bullseye before it becomes an issue. You can knock out their Morbius before it becomes an issue. Their Meeks, all of the above. Why haven't they snapped? It's a little late. A little late on new moves. Shadow King's good. Shadow King's good, but it's harder to use and guarantee the value. Like you would have to hold it and make sure you didn't have priority so that theirs would reveal first and then negatively afflict to get the value. But I think Shadow King can offer a pretty big threat as well. Yep, Doom 2099 also kind of counts as invading on his turf. Because like Sanctum Sanctorum before, and all of those, and with the extra movement cards. So his era was before Madam Web, so move was really quite poor. Didn't really put out enough power to be viable.
Lucky.
And so now there's so many ways that power can get into Sanctum Sanctorum, whereas before, like a Jeff in Sanctum was probably enough to win that lane. The boomerist of snaps last game. It was the boomerist of snaps for sure. What if we went Aranya, Redwing, move to the right, let it drag like a Red Hulk or an Infant or whatever. And we have power in the Sanctorum. They haven't played anything the first 2 turns. See if we can squeeze an extra cube out. Ooh, the Luna Snow. Do we ever Jubilee instead of Redwing? Maybe. Because if we Redwing move and it pulls Jubilee, I guess that's not the worst thing. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and go Redwing. Huge Infinite. Wait, are they going with... Luna Snow plus Sarah looks like... It looks like the deck that... it's the Splat deck, right? And they could just be going like a Surfer deck, but... I think it's a Splat deck. Could also be Heavy Tech deck, which... might be a bit scary. We can do this and then into Luna Snow plus Jubilee last turn. Jubilee mid, I think, is fine. Hitting Heimdall would probably be unideal. Or for Trust. Lather was pulling Eliath on a regular basis with Redwing the other day. Oh, was he? Yeah, it's a bounce. Interestingly enough. I don't think we ever Heimdall. I feel like that's a silly play. Yeah, I think it's just Luna Snow Jubilee. Call it good. Miss Marvel is definitely power crept. Power crept like crazy. Because like the locational stuff used to make her where like having it that little bit extra to the left was good. Not so much now. No Shang, no hope. Yeah. Yeah, without no Shang-Chi, there's like maybe a Joquin plus the rocket that scaled could help with one lane, but if it's a Hitmonkey deck, they just didn't have enough to make it happen. Balance with Sarah. Yeah, I'm curious what else was in his deck. But we're gonna run. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. It's just about time for an ad break anyway, so we'll push it off. We'll be right back, you guys. Just gotta send boo ads. Got plenty of keys, but I'm still not sure if Redwing and or Zemo is worth spending. So Redwing, I don't think Redwing is going to be everywhere, but I do think Redwing is potentially strong enough that we see it in a handful of decks. So there may be a few decks, you know, that become meta relevant that you miss out on. It could also be a card that just ends up being like too much hassle for like what it puts out, that we end up seeing it just kind of put to the sidelines. But if you like Mill, or if it looks like if you've seen the Mill kind of play loop and you like Mill, then it might be worth trying to pull for Baron Zemo, because I enjoy Mill. I get a decent usage out of Baron Zemo. I don't know. Arisham's a bad matchup for Mill.
Opponent snapped.
You can just end up going really, really tall in the left lane, right? With them running M'Baku, Sam Wilson, that's fine. Looks like maybe this is Butts Zudek. Yeah. Losing it if not does kind of sting. But I think we can go taller left than what they can. Fire Hair is gonna make Mill so annoying to play against. Wait, what was Fire Hair's ability again? With the extra, we're gonna do 2 cards anyway, so 6 cost on 5 and a 6 on 6. We can afford for an Aranya, or for a Jubilee. If we pull Blink, that's fine. Everyone is wondering, what is TLSG's favorite food to eat on a stick? What? Well, that's the probably one card we didn't want to pull with Jubilee. Dracula would have been great. Blink would have been fine. That one, not so much. Let's go Giganto and hope that Makari does not hop left. Then Severo, I suggest Korean corn dogs. I've never had a Korean corn dog. Is that a thing? From a stick, I think it would have to be shish kebabs, right? Or s'mores. I guess you don't eat it from the stick, but roasted marshmallows are good. Kari didn't jump right, which is nice. Do we ever win left against a Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh at base is what, 9? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17? No, we never win against that, right? The Redwing pull was I think the turning point. Super unfortunate for the Redwing. Had it been Dracula, definitely have a shot. When you destroy a card, Firehair repeats the honor veil. Ooh, that's true. And so Gladiator, potentially. Getting value out of that. Yondu for sure. Being able to just instantly hit 2. What cost is Firehair? My bot's broken, or else I would just type it in chat. 2 cost. Ooh. So is there ever a realm where we go Firehair on 2, Joaquin Torres on 3, into Yondu on 4, and we destroy what, 4 cards on that one turn? Oh, I guess it would only do, yeah, it would do 4 cards, right? Say Joe Quinn? Did I say it wrong? Welcome in, Moscow Chad. Ooh, so we have the Aranya set up, which is good to have early. We can also hold off just for the New York shift.
Opponent snapped.
It's Joaquin. I didn't realize he was Hispanic, or like. We stream for the Sanctum Showdown? Yes. I didn't realize it was Joaquin. I've been saying it so incorrectly. I would have gotten roasted if I did a video on it. But yeah, loans. I'm going to be streaming the Sanctum Showdown. So there's going to be a new set of Twitch drops that happen when that like coincide with the release of the game mode. And it's going to have rewards for the game mode. So by watching, you're going to get credit and progress towards just unlocking some of the rewards as is. And so I think it's a really, really cool thing that I'll definitely be streaming during. I'm here to save you from yourself. I appreciate you, Moscow. You'd have to use Misery. What, for it to re-trigger? Oh, it's when one of your cards is destroyed. Okay, yeah. So you have to use Misery with it. In that case, I mean, it's still really good with like the Yondu, the Hood, Cable into Misery. Still really, really good in that regard. Big Meek, Big Blade. And then Bad Robot with the resub with your Prime for 4 months. Very much appreciate you. It's actually pronounced Joaquin. You gotta be Joaquin with me. Thank you so much for the Prime resub, Bad Robot. What a better buy in the current meta? Ares or Rocket and Groot? I think I use Ares just a touch more. All these discard decks, yeah, we're struggling up against discard right now. I think I use Ares just a touch more, but they're both pretty good. Rocket and Groot can be a really good like rotational, flexible amount of power. Ares is in just like those powerhouse decks, so if we see a rise of Shang-Chi, that might become an issue. But I think they're both good in their own regards. Well, not gonna cut it. Oops. So we shifted Heimdall to the right. He's not quite gonna be able to match against all of that. But the left lane, we are gonna be able to overshadow with the Dracula double up. My goodness. I didn't think they were gonna full commit to the right that way. I thought it would be here. We'll take it where we can though. Yeah, Rocket and Groot is definitely the dynamic of the versions. I would actually say with Diamondback? Diamond Hands? With the Diamond card that is Affliction oriented next week, we may see a rise up of Luke Cage. And with Luke Cage, Rocket and Groot becomes very, very mid, or very mediocre. And so you may, depending on how quickly you're wanting to buy it, you may wait just a touch to see how next week's card impacts the metagame. Yeah, we may. Just depends on if it's good. I know we'll see a temporary like spike. I don't know how like long term we'll see it though. Next up we have Fallsburg. Rise and Colossus. I mean, we may see that too. Who can say for sure?
Always lucky.
I don't think we ever get the raft filled up before they do. They don't know that though. I'm just hoping for a sneaky revert to Essen. Me too. I was so excited about Essen. And then they just destroyed him. I think we go Redwing in Feast. Then we can do like maybe a Jubilee Eternals Arc, or even Jubilee into the Feast lane. We're setting up for a potential Heimdall shift last turn. No joke, part of my climb was the name Moradek after her buff that used Colossus was relevant way more than I thought he'd be. Yeah, being able to make sure that you didn't get Shadow Kinged or Shang-Chi'd or like any of those things, Colossus was pretty good for. I for one am shocked they didn't give us a 0-24. What, for Essen? So Jubilee has some pretty good hits here. Let's go Jubilee mid. Dracula, good.
Taking aim.
Especially if we shifted over left. Everyone would have hated that card on like day 2 when that deck got solved. Yeah. I was excited just as like a pretty impactful deck building challenge, but I do think it was far too strong. If we go Red Hulk, or do they avoid the Feast lane? Actually, no. We'll do Red Hulk right. We'll leave this one. We'll shift it over to the left, unless we just outright won this one. Monkey, Kitty Pride. We don't have the vault locked in. We definitely want to Heimdall shift. When Redwing moves, it's going to leave behind a card. Actually, if Red Hulk scales, it's fine, isn't it? I don't know if I really want to Heimdall shift. It's just going to be Redwing, Jubilee that move. It gives up the right lane entirely, but I don't know that we win left. I think I'm just going to blink, hope that Red Hulk scales in the right lane. Heimdall mid. We could have Heimdalled mid, and then it would have put Dracula, but I'm still not... I wasn't sold on it winning left, but turns out, goodness. Unless we get the Infinite, we are not going to win here. That was a really good raft card for him. And I forgot about the raft card. Unlucky. It's okay. The Heimdall play may have been what we should have went with. We have Makari for the hand thinning, and then we'll do Domino on 2. Squirrel Girl has a turn 1 play.
Right on time.
Don't get me wrong, it looked like a fun deck building puzzle. Yeah, for like 1 day. For like 1 day, but after that, just having just raw power on all of your cards, I think would have been super annoying. I think you're right. Did you see the over-the-air patch schedule update? I did not. Going to the Discord now, though. Go ahead and skip here. Okay, so snap updates. We have an over there on the 27th. Nice. And then the patch on the 4th. That one should be the series drop, right? On the 4th. Then over there on the 13th, which is the following week, which is good. It's a 2-week gap. Over there, we have a patch on April 1st. Hopefully they do something. Hopefully they do something fun with that. It being on April Fool's Day. And over there on the 10th. Over there on the 24th. Ooh, a 2-week gap between any changes. Then patch on the 29th. I do like that we're getting more patches than we were. There was a period of time where it was pretty sparse. Let's go ahead and go with their Jubilee here. Wait, you said April Fool's, Spidey and Professor X are back to their hard lockdown states? That would be really funny. So we pulled a Ronnie with Jubilee. Not a huge pull. We could rotate it into a guaranteed Red Hulk or Infinite. And then Blink shifts away as well. Wait, they have to be low collection, right? Okay, yeah. I know this one can scale a bit. I don't think they're going to be able to beat 20 power over here. I almost just want to Red Hulk. We could also Rania Redwing. But if that ended up pulling Jubilee, we'd potentially be in trouble. Giganto's fine. I didn't snap into it. They're a really low collection level player. I didn't want to be mean.
Victory.
The matchmaking post Infinite for the new like player or low collection level experience is awful. On my free to play account, I'm ranked like 38,000 or something like that. But one of the games that I played, I matched against someone that was like top 50. And it feels so bad. Next up is Freyjan. I know that they were running a movement, like a Surtur movement style of deck earlier. Yeah, the matchmaking is not fun. So what I've done on my free to play account is at least until I'm still running a series 3 or series for the most part series 1 deck, because I haven't got enough series 2 pieces to make anything viable. So what I've been doing is just going into Conquest to play each day. At least until I pull something where I'm able to at least compete against these other decks. Big Iron Patriot. I don't think we're going to be able to stop it from doing what it wants to do. But we can drop a Luna Snow. 7 energy allows us to do a 4 and a 3 on the final turn. So as it is right now, Jubilee looks really, really good as our next play. We also get Aranya from the Abbey draw, which I like. Wait, is Freyjan running a Victoria hand deck, maybe?
Opponent snapped.
We can blink the Luna Snow away. All of them are good flips, except for Heimdall. We can also go with... Oh, wait. No, we don't want Jubilee in the right, do we? Yeah, I'm just going to blink. Are you making a video of a free-to-play account? I am. Oh, okay. So I'm revamping the... I played Marvel Snap for 30, 60, 100 days. Right now I'm on day... I finished day 20 today. So we have 10 more days and then a few days for editing before that one will come out. How can I find a good alliance? So Bad Robot, I would check in the Marvel Snap Discord. That's how I found mine on my free-to-play account. Because if they're actively advertising, they're most likely a pretty active one. So Aranya Jubilee. We kind of hope that we pull Infinite. Heimdall would be bad. I guess it wouldn't be awful, would it?
Oh, snap.
I feel like I'm too old to use Discord. I didn't use Discord until I started my channel, my YouTube channel, and so I definitely understand that. Welcome in, Nimbus. Hopefully you're having a great one. So Victoria hand, they have the Frigga, they have Demon. So it is going to be pretty big. Do we ever win left? I think it has to come down to mid and right. But with a double up of Victoria hand, the Demon, I think we lose this one. Coming back from physical therapy, feels like my soul hurts. Oh, I'm sorry. We could also try like a Redwing here. Shift over into mid, pull one of these. Maybe ends up with another good pull in the Dracula lane to overpower this. But I think they always throw something into Clintar. I don't think we can stay here. I wanted to stay just because we had a pretty good Redwing lineup, but I think they had too much power lined up. Between the extra Demon to throw down, between the Victoria hand, and whatever else they did with their last 3 energy. But it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to take a 2-minute, and then we'll jump back into some more. On the YouTube side, he said, if I plan on playing Firehair and Misery Mill, so I try to get Zemo. I have 6 keys currently, and there are like 4 cards I want from next season. I do still think you'll use Zemo, especially in like a mill style. I think Zemo always is relevant there. But if you have limited keys, it's up to you. I don't know how Zemo will slot into that one specifically, because Zemo does take up some board space, which Misery helps alleviate. I think it'll be tough. Like, I think it'll belong in that deck. I'm just not sure how much it'll hurt it without it. Next up, we have Lizard Monarch. The Aranya.
What are the odds?
And we'll have Luna Snow as well, which would be nice. Not all that impressed with Firewing. I think I'll wait for next month to be looking. Wait, Firehair? Or Redwing? Yeah, let's go Luna Snow in the right. Redwing? Yeah. I think Redwing is okay. I don't think it's super like flexible by any means. Luna Snow into Heimdall would be bad. Red Hulk would be good. Dracula would be good. Accidentally pulled Redwing trying to get the Baron Zemo variant. Oh, bad robot. Those first Avengers seem fun. Yeah, they do. A lot of the cards coming up, I'm really excited about. Zemo second try. Nice, Roman. Ooh, so it's a Redwing Scream deck? Looking to do like a Heimdall shift, I imagine. Interesting. So there's a small chance that I guess it's a 50-50, that we pull either Luna Snow or Redwing to use alongside the Jubilee next turn. Might try for Diamondback if I had Ajax. Yeah, I feel like Ajax is going to very naturally slot into that. Big Dracula move. Fortunately so. And the Makari capping out that left lane. Oh no. Well. I don't think we can win this one. But it's only 1 extra cube. Like a Heimdall, we have to play it into Atlantis. The shift over into mid would not be enough. I really wish Annihilus Toon World variant wasn't in such an expensive, but yeah, I like the Toon World looking ones. They're very nostalgic of like the Toon World from Yu-Gi-Oh, like the original Yu-Gi-Oh. Big Heimdall shift. Redwing, this arrow behind. Rough. Gonna go for the full-on casserole on us. The arrow pull was it was guaranteed, right? Or from their Redwing, I think it was guaranteed. Go ahead and play one more. We start off with our Aranya, which is a great start.
Always lucky.
We have Domino that's going to turn into a Hulk. We can shift Redwing from left into mid, which is also going to be big for us. I don't know why I find emoting so incredibly off-putting. Literally makes me want to stop playing with someone who emotes me after they beat me. There are times where it feels super frustrating to me as well. Especially at the end. Like at the start, you know, I'm all good for a good fist bump, but at the end it just feels like gloating. Dracula, not the one that we wanted to pull in there, but maybe it'll be fine. I mute everybody immediately when I begin the match. I don't do everyone, but I could see why. Deadpool, Miss Marvel. Yeah, the snap question mark equals I hate you now. Big vulture. I think with their movement cards, this is going to be a tough one to win. Mute everyone except for TLSG. I don't mute absolutely everybody, but if they... Sometimes I do. Like, if I know I'm about to lose or I stayed and it turns out it was a bad stay, sometimes I mute before anything can, like, pop up, just to make sure that I'm not going to get tilted. Huge Heimdall shift, my goodness. Right now we win, or can win left. Do we win this one? Unless they can flip mid and get something into Vormir. It's the pre-BM mute, just in case. Like nothing against anybody, but sometimes like if it goes bad or if I'm testing out a deck, I just send it. Now if they did like a fist bump at the start, then that kind of alleviates and eases things, but it's so funny. Because I know I'm sure most of the BMs are not meant to be not gonna be able to not gonna be able to do it. I forgot about the Madam Web. I don't like the Deadpool emote. So that one was, are you talking about this one right here? Wait, are you able to see that? Yeah. This one right here? If so, that was on one of the, I forgot what they called them, but it was basically a grind fest. And then whoever was in the top ended up getting those prizes. Leagues. Thank you. Thank you. There were so many issues with leagues. I think they should have auto slotted everybody into one so that you couldn't wait for 36 hours and then jump in one and play like 10 games and win. Did Untapped stop working? I don't think so. Oh, I turned it down earlier. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Thank you for the reminder. Is 401 your season rank? How? Yeah, 401's the season rank. So that's like post infinite. And I've so with Marvel Snap, like season over season, you kind of if you're adding onto your SP, which is your like your matchmaking rating essentially. Season over season, if you're performing positively, you'll kind of start at a little bit higher post infinite, and so your rank will be a little bit higher season over season. If you're doing bad, of course you'll climb backwards, but I've been anywhere from like 300 to 500 over the last couple of days. I'm sure if we really pushed it or pressured it, we could get it to like top 100. But it gets, for me anyways, it gets so stressful trying to like focus on getting a higher and higher rank that it takes the fun out of it for me. Tilted down towards 3.6. I've done that before, namely on Arisham's release. I kept thinking that, you know, I had the way to beat Arisham kind of panned out and lined up, and then somebody else would do something different and swindle me for 8 cubes, and I tilted all the way down. We can actually pull their Luna Snow out of the left. We can pull their Sarah this turn with our arrow. The next turn would be probably a Magneto. What's the best place you've gotten? I think top 80. I think I was rank 80. It was I was running a mad mill deck back when people were still saying mill was pretty bad. If you keep grinding World Citizen, you'll get there. Is that a street lamp or a spoon? From far away, it looks like a spoon. Like he's just gonna like jump off of it into a bowl of cereal, but it's a street lamp. They have 4 cards. They doubled up on their Sage, right? Sage in here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 15. What are they running? They're running a weird Sarah bounce deck. We beat them last time, but I don't think we have a shot this time. Maybe with the Heimdall we could have snagged a win, but without a Heimdall, they're gonna be able to fill these 4.
Escaped.
Foster, you'll get there. There's still plenty of season left. And I will say that Infinite is not necessarily the same for everybody. So like a newer collection level player that has information about like the cards and the decks and the games, it's a lot easier than somebody deeper in collection level and deeper in cards that maybe is still learning all the different combos, because you're going to be facing much harder players. Because up until Infinite, there's a pretty tight band on who you're going to face and who you're going to match into. After Infinite, that band pretty much widens and you face just about anybody, which in its own regard feels really, really bad. Didn't everyone get the Deadpool from leagues? Yep, they sure did. They absolutely did. Move shield. Do we ever go double players or just wait? I'll do double players. Whatever it is, they destroyed their card. They did not destroy their card. They went magic. So maybe Mr. Negative stuff. But with Scream, the Arrow, we may be able to get one of their lanes cluttered up. Hopefully. Is Mr. Negative. Do we ever finish filling up mid? So we go like this. Let's double arrow. But I guess it's gonna pull it out of Sinister London at the same time still.
Who will the winds bring?
We have the Jane Foster. If they have Jane Foster on 5, they really should have snapped us.
Who will the winds bring?
Big Sarah.
Opponent snapped.
We'll just the magic over, but they've had 2 turns now to get cards from Mr. Negative. The double up of like Iron Man, double up of whatever else feels. I don't think we stay here. They didn't get Mr. Negative early, but they have had 3 turns, or will have had 3 turns to draw big cards. We'll give them the 1.
Escape.
And card list for Sanctum Showdown is the biggest yet. It is. It feels like they really wanted to focus on the feel bad potential. And I'm okay. If we see a good like healthy variety of decks, I think that'll be a win. Where it doesn't like just boil down to everybody running like the same thing. If that's the case, then it'll be a really big slog. Next up is Higher Ground. Without Scream Inserter, the deck loses a lot of its impact. I don't know that there's a great substitute for it, honestly. Like most of the time, you can sub out cards and it does close to the same. Surtur ends up being like a really big scaler, and then Scream is like your counterpart to Craven to almost always make sure you have some way of impacting their cards. Where'd you find the banned card list for Sanctum? It should be on Discord. Is this another negative deck? Getting absolutely bamboozled by Craven decks, or by negative decks. So we may need to switch over into like a list that runs Enchantress, potentially. Yep. A negative on 3 is big. Unless they got a good top deck, though, they shouldn't get the extra card draw from Asgard. If they do, then it's a very clear win for them. And Magic to extend the game is tough. Maybe with like a Magneto, we can get something where we need it. We don't have priority, but Arrow still may be able to let us cap out this right lane. And Foster too. My goodness. That is their entire deck. They have drawn through the entire thing. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, no. No matter what we do, I don't think it's ever enough.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
If we had a Juggernaut, we'd be much better off, but we don't. Or even an Eliath would be fine. I don't think we could ever bluff that. I want to stay, but I don't think we ever outshine them. We could always Magneto and Hydra Bob pop, but it's a negative. We're not gonna be able to touch them. I'm about to hit 3,000 collection level, and I'm not sure why we're seeing an uptick so much in Mr. Negative decks. If we continue to see Mr. Negative decks, then we obviously switch to something that runs Enchantress. Or we could switch to something that runs Super Scroll, but let's see. Linum, I'll paste your message forward. No, you're okay. It's just I have a really picky bot. Just to make sure we don't get any kind of like spam or scam or anything like that. The nice thing about the 2099 is that it naturally runs Mobius. Yeah, it helps with a lot of like the negative stuff, the discount stuff, and you can even slot in a Super Scroll relatively easily in that one as well. Oh no, well, we may give them a free turn 1 buff on their Sam Wilson. I'd like to run Arsham, but I really don't know an updated Arsham list. 2099 isn't a lot of them. And then I think a lot of them are leaning towards like control heavy builds, if I remember right. It's been a very, very long time since I've ran Arsham. What do you think is the best deck right now? I don't know. I think it really is a pretty flexible target. I know a pretty consistent performer is always going to be like your control or Wiccan type stuff. Just because it has answers to like the really greedy negative stuff, the really greedy like movement stuff. I think some kind of Scream deck is probably the strongest that we have right now, though. If I was to guess, that's where I'd put my money. What I really need is a Surtur. I'm hard stuck at Plat. I've never been able to climb past. I'd say definitely find a deck that you like are comfortable with and enjoy. be able to make that climb a little bit easier, just at least feel a little bit more seamless. Affliction. Yeah, I think Affliction is decent. It's just anything that you're able to kind of play a lot of games with and enjoy. It doesn't have to be like the strongest deck, but something that you're enjoying playing will go by so much faster. So like if I'm running a very heavy like pure move deck, or Balance even is like strenuous enough that I get tired of it after a few games. And so the grind feels like it takes a lot longer to me when I'm doing something like that. The Hammer Bros deck. Does that one still work, Pones Alone? I haven't ran it this season, but that was one of my favorite decks to run the last couple of seasons. I buy Ajax in the token shop. It really depends on your collection. I think we see a lot more Ajax next week, and I think with that we'll see a lot more Luke Cage as well. I may have to restart. I may have to restart the game. We're just at the black screen. All right, I'm gonna force close it. We'll reboot it. I also wouldn't buy anything till after the Sanctum Showdown. That's true. Probably also another good call. If you end up getting the S4 or 5 cache, you don't know what you'll get. Yeah, depending on how big your collection is in like the S4s and S5s, you can have a pretty good idea of what you're going to pull. But newer collection level players, it's going to be a much wider spread. Is it confirmed that they're reworking card acquisition? They have said that they're working on it. How close that may be, we don't know. But they are looking at like doing a full revamp of like that system. The game is taking a very long time to load up. I just want to play one more where we're able to grab a win. Okay, it looked like we crashed for a second, but I think we're fine. I think it's just the video as it's trying to load in is lagging pretty heavily. You're super lagging right now. Yeah, something with like bringing or trying to reload into the game. It just like I think maybe it's my memory. Maybe I need more RAM. I put too much in my son's computer, so I can probably just take some and it won't impact his performance at all. Is there any good list I can run with like only Series 3 cards? So Gavi, the easiest S3 only deck is probably a Hella deck. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of like pieces depending on what your collection is, and if you get lucky with any S4s or 5s. Then a discard deck. I feel like discard uses quite a bit of. I mean, startings of a discard deck. Yeah, sure. But I feel like outside of that, like the best versions always run Bullseye and Scorn, several cards that really need the deeper collection. Is Shuri Black Panther Series 5 if you don't use Nimrod? I think Shuri is Series 3. I'm not sure what Black Panther is, but I think Shuri got brought down. Can we go ahead and magic? Extend the game. We could also do Shuri into a skip. Into the Infinite She-Hulk Flood on turn 6. I have everyone in this deck you're using right now but Surtur. Surtur, like the scaling is just so strong. And if you don't have Thaddeus, you can do Adam Warlock in this version. And it's perfectly fine there as well. I mean, we could always do this. Extend our potential reach. Give Nebula another turn to scale. And the Altar of Death is no longer just a free win for him. But it also gives them an extra turn. Skada. Gavi's a relatively newer player, so a lower collection level. So probably hasn't had many opportunities to pull it yet. Big Moonstone is scary. Then Mooster Fantastic. Oh wait, I gave away our Shuri. We can't double up anymore. Oof. Oh well. We're facing Tribunal. No, I think it's just like a Spectrum Moonstone, and it could be an Onslaught deck. The Spectrum. They do like an Ant-Man or a Captain America here. There's no way that we beat their Xandar lane. Instead, I think we do this. I haven't played Affliction in a while, and so I don't have an up-to-date one. The patch 2 times per game was detrimental. Oh no, we went way too heavily in the right lane. We also could have won the left lane.
Hello, can you understand me?
We just positioned it poorly. The Infinite left won. Infinite right won. The only thing that did not win was Infinite mid. Without Surtur, it would, I mean, it's still okay, but it does lose. Losing a scaler is tough. So I still think the deck performs all right. It's just not crazy. Next up is Abused Goat. We haven't faced them today. Can we outshine a Bullseye discard? Depending on what setup they get, we might be okay. I don't really want a magic. Oh, the gambit hurts. They hit their scorn. It was a 1 out of 4 for scorn. Oh. I'm almost certain they moved their meek over to the right. So it feels like we probably have to go magic to ever like, even have a potential shot here. Bullseye is my favorite deck at the moment. It's very, very strong. Ooh, we could have beaten that right lane with just Asserter. Interesting. They didn't play anything else alongside the meek move. All right, let's go Thaddeus. And what we're hoping for is to be able to snipe out and pull out our She-Hulk, our Infinite, over the next couple of turns. And then Georgie. We'll see you in a minute, Scotta. We did get Infinite. And Hydrate from Georgie. I appreciate you.
Hello! Hello!
So what did they copy up on with Frigga? 30k more channel points to spend on hydrates. This is the clutchest Ross I've ever seen. Every once in a while. Like, he's only in here, he only has 2 targets, but now there's a chance. Morbius,
Hello! So happy!
I have a sneaking suspicion Ross is going to be pretty useful in the upcoming mode. Oh, you think so, Force Man? I mean, it might be. Wait.
Victory.
Did they think there was another turn? I don't understand what happened. He had a MODOK in hand though. Because Spider-Ham hit their MODOK, so we know that they at least had the piece that they needed. I don't know. I know that we've went against Abused Goat several times, and they lower collection level. They're only 3,000 collection level, and they're ranked 600. They've always, I didn't realize they were a low collection level player. They've always like had very cohesive decks when I faced them. They def drop Swarm instead of MODOK. They might have, if they were like, you know, doing other things or maybe playing while they're at work. I've done it before.
Opponent snapped.
Next up is Sclarific. We do have magic to change the vault, depending on what kind of deck they're running. I've also played thinking there was another turn or that it was the last turn. I'm sure we've all made every one of those mistakes before. Danger Room is nice, especially since their Madam Web is locked there. I mean, they could have Ranya one over into it and it'd be safe. So I don't want to snap it yet. At some point, maybe. Echo or Cosmo? Yeah, Echo or Cosmo too. So the Human Torch going back mid. They could be setting up for a cloak into the Madam Web lane, maybe. Don't really need the Hope Summers here, but we don't want to do Moon Girl either. Thaddeus in a Series 3 Hello list feels very good. Yep. Yep, I agree. I've never played the wrong card in my life in any game. Lanum, you're built different, Lanum. Let's go Shuri. We'll skip on 6. See what we can do on 7. Never mind. Well. No double up from Shuri. They did know we were playing most likely in mid because of the Hope Summers. So I think it was just a good heads up play. Rest in peace. Yeah, most likely. Gonna be a 40 power Human Torch wherever it decides to go.
Hello, hello.
I'm curious. Oh no! Oh wait. Okay. No, with the Heimdall left, we don't. Living on the edge, yeah. Definitely living on the edge.
Can you understand me?
Oh no! If we She-Hulked left, we would have won! Ah. we had the right play, the wrong positioning. We should have went Titania over him. What am I doing? 5, 6. We would have lost the tiebreaker still. No! 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we would have tied here. It's a close one. I am going to run to the restroom real fast. So I'm going to run a quick set of ads. And then we'll be right back. I thought about She-Hulking left, but I switched it into mid, thinking they would move the Human Torch and then Heimdall it away. But they didn't do that. We'll be right back, you guys. All right. And I wanted to grab a win, but we've been on a pretty big downward tear, unfortunately. But today's stream is sponsored by Dice Streams. We're going to jump over into our sponsored ad segment and then most likely hop back over into Snap for a little bit right after. So if you want to be here and hang out, I appreciate it. If not, we will see you whenever we do come back. And actually, I have to run and grab my my cable because it's on the phone. And so I'm gonna grab my cable, and then we'll switch over to it. All right, I'm gonna switch over the stuff real fast. If you haven't heard of or played Dice Streams before, it's kind of pretty big on mobile. It reminds me a lot of like Monopoly Go, where you get to like roll your dice, different things happen. You're continually upgrading your kingdom to get to different boards. But it's a pretty fun kind of downtime game that you can just play here and there, pretty lightly. So if you're getting like stressed at Snap, or if you need just like a brain break, this is one that I do like to jump over into. Let me switch it up real fast. There we go. We're going to have a little bit of extra space, so we're going to increase the size of some of this stuff. We'll be able to make chat a bit bigger, because otherwise it's just kind of this. I can increase the size just a little bit. Trying to get the player window. There we go. I'm gonna make it just a tiny bit bigger, so we cut off that top bar. No more Snap, please. One more. Unfortunately, we're gonna end it on loss. I'll jump back to Snap here in just a little bit. But we're gonna knock out the ads portion, the sponsored portion. And I know this. Hold on, this sound is probably super loud. I think there might be an okay. Might be an all right level. Marvel Snap's looking weird today. It's looking awfully weird. But we're doing Dice Streams. It's our sponsored segment for the day that helps to go back to kind of supporting me and supporting my content. Have you ever liked Monster Hunter? I started playing Monster Hunter now today, and it's cool. I have always liked the idea of Monster Hunter, but I've never like dove into the game, and so it's one that I'm sure I would enjoy. I've never like dedicated time to it yet. The graphics on Snap have changed. They've changed so much. You've missed so much, OSEF. And so with Dice Streams, it's like it's definitely a play over time. Like it's easy to pick up, do your 50 rolls or so, and then like let them recharge if you run out. Very similar. It reminds me a lot of like Monopoly Go, where you get these like cool little like mini games where you get to attack another person. If you have friends, then it focuses on like your Facebook friends. But I didn't link over to Facebook. We just played as guest. So then as you make progress, you unlock different things. So I know once you get to like a certain board, you get, there's like different kind of mini games that you roll on basically. So one being able to raid your friends, one being able to do a battle against those friends, or against a random person if you don't have any friends. You unlock tournaments and all kinds of like cool additional things along the way. And since it is a mobile game, there are going to be some packages that you can buy that will pop up. But when I've played it in the past, what I've liked to do is just I played it here and there, let the energy restore, and then I didn't end up spending anything. Now you can end up spending some to kind of help progress a little bit faster, which I'll probably end up doing today just because it's part of the we have the sponsored segment. I'll probably do some of that today, but you might by no means have to. It reminds me of something my mom would play, like Candy Crush. Yeah, it's one of the games that I would say it's very like almost light. It's very easy to just play it in your downtime without it really feeling like... So sometimes other games like maybe Marvel Strike Force end up feeling like it takes all of your time and all of your attention, that you need to always be like checking it and micromanaging it. This one doesn't necessarily do that as much. Like you can let them build up and then just come back when you're ready. Now, once you unlock tournaments and other similar things, you will get some benefit from like playing more often, but I can see the parallels to like a similar to Candy Crush type of game. And so the jackpot, it's decent, but what I really like to roll into are the question marks. Being able to get, it like pulls up a random one of your cards, which you can upgrade. As you upgrade buildings, your cards upgrade. That's what allows you to either attack or steal, and that's when you can usually get some big money out of those rolls. So we'll get the steal here. And still functions very much similar to how you're playing the rest of the game. You roll the dice, but once it hits the bomb, that kind of ends your run. If you can get it all the way maxed out, it gives you ×2 of whatever it is. That's also times your dice roll. So as you get further along, you can do multiples. So you can roll more than one dice at a time, or it rolls one dice, but you're wagering more of your dices for that roll. So definitely something that is easy to pick up, easy to like play a little bit, and then so sometimes I use it as a breather in between like other games. Something that's not too stressful. I don't have to worry about being like super competitive or being like on the top of my game. To like come in and make some progress and then switch. And so with some of these like little mini things, it reminds me of I don't go to this casino often, and I haven't been in many years. But like whenever I first turned of age to go into a casino, it was like, you know, something cool to experience a couple of times. It reminds me of like slot machines, with like the colorful backgrounds, the RNG in like the rolls and those sort of things. reminds me a lot of like that type of gameplay. Since we're doing the sponsor portion, if at any point I run out of rolls, I'll probably buy like a small pack or something. But getting the big steal there, being able to get it all the way up, gives us a really big amount, so we can upgrade a few things, which will give us some dice rolls and other rewards along the way. Once we finish our free spins or our free rolls, we'll do that. That time we just get a flat 10,000, which is still very good. We should be able to, I think, fully upgrade maybe 2 of the buildings. So now, like as you level up those cards, your multiplier on those actions increase. So now it's 1.1, but as you kind of get in, you'll be able to upgrade a little bit faster, and it gets up to like 1.5, which can start, you know, slowly but surely making a pretty good dent or difference in those. All right, so we need a little bit more to finish off the first kingdom. And the milestones that help go towards the progress in this game, I believe the first one is Kingdom 6 and then 8, which does take a little while to get to, but since it's such a kind of background passive game, it does end up going by pretty quick. It's easy to play like as you're watching like TV at night, or you're watching a stream or something. I know that I've played this before the sponsorship. I played it a little bit. I think I ended up getting to like Kingdom 25 before I just kind of got like bored of the gameplay loop. But they do a good job of like trickling in new things, so there's always something new happening. Which once we finish a few of the kingdoms, we'll kind of start to see some of those things pop up. Need 26,000 to finish off this one. There we go. That one should, even if it goes really poorly, should give us up to that 26,000 mark. If we can get all the way, it gives us a really big boost as well. No, not quite. Close, but not quite. And then on the YouTube side, I'm actually going to cut off the stream here. If you want to continue to support, pop over on the Twitch side, and then when we come back, it'll be on Twitch for today. So we're gonna turn off the YouTube side. I appreciate you guys.